Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to Savi Contemporary and Bonaventure So Bejeng Dikung. Welcome to the second day of musing, of music making, of thinking through, with, and by Halim El-Dabh. Welcome to 4,100 years of Halim El-Dabh's presence in the world. I would like to start with Halim's own words from an interview he gave in 2017 for Unlimited Americana. And he said, so it's the energy and vibration that I'm working with. That's what I want to materialize with the harps, with new sounds of the orchestras. This is the thing I want to express more, the energy that comes from the frequencies of colors and how to relate to it and how to materialize it. There's a huge energy there. It's always good to work with musicians in an open way, to explore the relationship of color and art to sound and noise and elements of vibrations, to project them, to create a vibration that is positive and in line with the earth's positive vibration. Maybe that's too much to ask for. You know, the philosophy of ancient Egypt says that everything in life, everything in the environment has a feeling. And that's a whole different thinking process than our modern Western one. For them, the sun itself had feelings, and it can reflect back and forth. Halim El-Dabh. I will continue with a few words I wrote in 2017 or 16, I don't remember, for the exhibition we did in Dakar, which was the first manifestation of the 5 years of research on Halim El-Dabh's practice. And this is take 4. Listening to, reading about, thinking on Halim's sonic oeuvre that spans 8 decades, a couple of philosophies of the sonorous crystallize. These include, but are not limited to, in 1949, El-Dabh composed a piece, Evolution and Decadence, which explored the idea of music evolution, the notion of musical and tonal emergence and decay. Secret writes that in 1949, an interview by A.J. Patry with El-Dabh, in which the latter reflects on simple sounds, a single tone, and explored the evolution of the tone through time and the different elements of the universe, until the single sound converged with other sounds, postulating that there was only one tone in the world and all sounds came from that single pitch. The idea of an ur sound that later divided like a fertilized egg. El-Dabh's research led him to explore how sound from ancient Egypt migrated to Europe and influenced the sound of modernity. Mekta in the Art of Kita from 1955. For example, it embodies El-Dabh's compositional philosophy with respect to the fact that irrespective of what generates a sound, the sound is meaningful. That is to say that his interest lied in the exploration of pure sound and the combination of instruments of a symphony orchestra to attain different sound spectra, textures and expansions of the instrument. The title of the piece embraces the Egyptian poetry notion and structure that the whole, which is the kita, is part of the unit, the mekta, and the unit part of the whole. The concept is geared towards the listener rather than the composer, as each listening session is a shared experience between the listener, the kita, and the performer, the mekta. Meditation on White Noise from 1959. For electronic tape, El-Dabh explored the physicality and materiality of noise, from which he could chisel out a sculpture. By collecting and meditating on sounds he found in his quotidian, like vacuum cleaners, cars, trains, and even to the human ear inaudible sounds, El-Dabh worked on the transformation of potentially harmful noise to enhancing and positive sounds. I'll end here for now. If you're interested, you can read more in that concept. But we're looking forward to seeing this concept, these philosophies of El-Dabh materialize through the contributors we've invited, through the musicians, through the performers, through the historians and so on and so forth today. And I'll like to pass it on to my dear colleague, Camila Metwali, who has been doing an incredible research on El-Dabh's practice while at Savi and even before that, and who's spent lots of sleepless nights in the libraries, rummaging the archives from Cairo to New York and beyond, as far as, and I'll recount this anecdote before passing it on. I was giving a lecture in Salvador de Bahia, and Camila and I had been talking about El-Dabh spending time in Brazil. And there was hardly information one could find about that. And after this keynote lecture, a woman raised her hand in the crowd because I said, if anybody has any tip on where El-Dabh was, whom he was, and she said, he lived with us. And that was the wife of the great artist and activist, Abdias do Nascimento, Elisa do Nascimento. So that's how far we went. So thank you for the incredible research, Camila.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure, Bonaventure. I would like to welcome everyone back on the second day into our program together with Halim El-Dabh, as well as all the artists and contributors. We're here to celebrate, we're here to dance, we're here to be together and think together through the work of Halim El-Dabh. I don't want to take too much time because I'm too excited about the amazing contributions that we have come across together with everyone that we invited. Again, like I said yesterday, it's incredible to see, to get back to your point of the research, right? Like, I think that what we're doing is also practicing research and, activating research as something that is lived. Something that we want to, that we live with our bodies and activate every energy to remember and to honor Halim. And for me, it was incredible to work with artists, also with the team, and see, like the littlest of the stories that Halim has, or Halim has told and shared, and how each contribution suddenly becomes a whole beautiful, massive performance, or a great, great way of relating to Halim from a very personal perspective. And I think that is quite crucial, and I'm very appreciative to everyone who has accepted this invitation and continues to carry this research through. So thank you very much. I think someone that we need to give very warm thanks and also bring her into the program again is, of course, Gabriela El-Dabh. Thank you, Deborah, very much for your constant generosity, for always, answering, trying to share with us your story, your knowledge, and what Halim has left you with. And you've been always, always very open and very, very kind with us. So we welcome you as well here at Savvy Contemporary today. And welcome to the program. That's, yeah.
I think Camila wants me to read the names of the, yes. So, and also a lot of thanks to the contributors, starting with Halim El-Dabh himself, Asemota, with Agnieszka, Bulacik, Monika, Gabriela, Dorniak, and Anna Rose, Fari Bradley, Saliou, Cissokho, Tanka, Fonta, with Elizabeth Boardman, Eden Meyer, Akakpo, Josep, López, Raisa, Galofre, Hyun Park, Willy, Sahel, Lenny, Overton-Daiber, Emma Howes and Justin Kennedy, Satch, Hoyt, Hasan, Hujairi, Timkehet, Tefera, Mekonnen, Yara Mekawi, Tokozami, Mlambi, Moneyama, Ali Morali, Jonami, Mohamed Rabi, Rania Refat, Sam Shalabi, Alice Shields, Cindy Islam. And of course, a lot of thanks to the Savvy team. By the end of the day, before we start the final part of the party for today, we'll call all their names out. So have fun. Thank you all.
Yeah, that was in 1932 in Cairo, probably the first ethnomusicological concert in the world. When the king invited everybody in the world to Cairo, paid their way and housed them. So we had a conference in Cairo, and that's how my brother Bushra told me. My brother Bushra invited me, I didn't know what the conference, but all the musicians of the world came to Cairo in 1932-33, and the king who played the lute invited all of these people, invited everybody in the world from France. At that time, nobody from America, because America was not developed musically in the 1930s. So it was from France, from Germany, from Hungary. So we had, like the names, we had Hindemith from Germany, and we had Bartók from Hungary, the great names. We had Jeb Kunst from Germany, we had Hindemith from Germany, we had Baron Erlanger from France, we had Henry Farmer from England. All the big names of music came to Cairo. That's the biggest city. People forget that Cairo is the center of vibrant music.
Okay, so here we are, Halim.
Here we are.
What do you want to say?
We are going to play a symphony of 1,000 drums, every one of us into it. We're going to vibrate it out of our heart, just everybody as is. And then it's going to ripple and ripple across this planet. And everyone be awakened with a new sound. Hey!
Very good.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is an anchor for this symphony of 1,000 drums. We have many gods and have been served very well, but the female energy has been neglected for centuries. And since the female energy has been neglected, I thought bringing the idea of a goddess is refreshing. It's right, actually reinstate the idea of a god, but they've been served a lot. But now we need to bring out the female energy in a few gods. There's so many goddesses, but there are 3 goddesses we actually have selected in this particular event of 1,000 drums symphony. So that's why we have different goddesses. One, like Isis, is love and compassion and being a mistress to the whole world. There's Ma'at, which is a balance in this universe, and there's Oshun, which is the water that nourishes us. So Isis is a compassionate goddess and brings out the motherhood in us, and more of that female known through history from the beginning of time. Then comes Ma'at, which is the balance, and the concept that in order to have permanent peace, you need to have some balance. And she represents a light feather, that whatever you do, your heart can weigh a feather. So she's the balance. And Oshun, she's a goddess that reflects that water is so sacred. That water we drink, we cannot just ignore water. So every time you drink fresh water, you have to think, of the goddess Oshun. And the 3 of them represent a triangle that connects the cosmos with the planet, and from different sides of the planet. So you see another type of shape, which is a triangular shape, reflecting the 3 goddesses.
Halim, why do the symphony for 1,000 drums?
Well, the very essence is vibration. Vibration is the reality of our being. We are all vibrations. And getting 1,000 people together in a symphony connects all those vibrations together. Every one of us is vibration. And if we focus into the 1,000 drums, if we become the 1,000 drums, if we feel the vibrations of each other in the 1,000 drums, this will ripple across the planet. So suddenly everybody on this planet will be connected. The reality, we are all one. And the Symphony of 1,000 drums will show that we are one, that humanity is one. It's an awakening of humanity to the very core of what is to be a human. And we have forgotten that, and this brings us back to the world, playing 1,000 drums. We are all the people of the planet. Yeah, I should say that. Yeah, of course. Yeah, we are all the people, In a little corner of the world, we are all the people. And since we are all the people in a little corner of the world, we are all one. We reflect 6 billion people right there in one corner of the planet. It happens to be this coming time is going to be Colorado. Last time we did it was Cleveland, Ohio. So all the people in a little corner of the world. It is dark and damp on the front. That the piece that changed my life. Without that piece, I probably wouldn't have come to the United States. I was still in Cairo. I was first invited by Italy. So I had a little trip to Italy and back. After my piece became so well known. And then I was going to France. I didn't get to France until my first trip to the United States, then I went to France instead. So France invited me. Actually, It Is Dark and Damp on the Front was premiered in Cairo, Egypt at All Saints Cathedral. Where they had this cathedral on the Nile with all saints in it. And then the next performance was was the United States, at the Berkshires, 1951. Then this third performance was in France. I went to France, and a priest, a very high priest, played it in a convent in France. So First performance was Cairo, second was the United States, premiere, and then the premiere, then I was in France in 1953. I was in France. So it really had quite a performance, made a lot of important impact. But, you know, when I became known in Cairo, the people that were involved with me was from Cairo, the Egyptian musicians, the French musician, and the Italian musicians. I hadn't been introduced to any American, but I read about American musicians a little bit. So most of my contact was in the music between Egypt, Italy, France, and a little bit about England. Well, the way it happened is that the All Saint Cathedral was an organization, a world organization, and they had advisors. So one guy, my friend Kamal Iskander, he knew that I was a composer, and what happened here is that I was already an agricultural engineer traveling the country, and then I heard about what happened in Palestine at Deir Yassin, you know, and that kind of upset, you know, I couldn't expect that there would be a war happening in Palestine, and that the village of Deir Yassin was totally destroyed. And I said that the feeling was that the war inside every human being, that it was not on, the real front of the war is not really there, but every one of us had the war inside of them. And that's why we had the war, because the real war is inside of us. So I did that piece, and from that piece, overnight, this is unexpected, all the newspaper, French paper, Egyptian paper, British paper, English paper, said that I was an international composer overnight. That was a very severe acceptance. I couldn't believe it. I said, no, that was not me. My boss, who I worked for, had a heart attack practically because he thought I'm going to leave him. And so one piece, a piano piece, changed my life. That's it.
Hello to everybody here in America and all around the world. My name is Halim El-Dabh, son of Halim El-Dabh. I am very grateful to have such wonderful people in my life, such as Camila Metwali, Bonaventure, Nidikung, and Savvy Contemporary. All the artists to help put all this hard work together, honoring my father and keeping his legacy and his spirit alive. Allow me to tell you a little bit about myself. After I left Ohio in 2001 and moved to Phoenix, Arizona, I became an iron worker for about 13 years, then broke from that and started my own business. Today, I am running God of Iron, LLC. I am a welder and a contractor. My father is the founder of the name God of Iron, a name I carry roundly. I lost my father on September 2nd, 2017. I'm very grateful for having such a wonderful father, strong man and inventor, the founder of electronic music, a proud Egyptian, a proud African. I will never forget when I met Camila. I was shocked and amazed to hear her story. She was following my father for years and wanted to meet him so bad. When she heard he was ill, she and her family and friends chipped in every penny possible just to fly her across the world to meet him literally on his last breath. She made contact with him. I wasn't there, unfortunately. I had left a few days before because I couldn't handle watching him suffer because I had been there already about a month. I needed a little break. As I woke up September 2nd, early morning in shock, like what happened? I immediately bought a ticket to fly back. Hours later, my mother called me and she said she had bad news. Immediately, I called my sisters and they were very upset, of course. As I was talking to Shadi at first, and she was crying and I couldn't get her to stop crying, and told her husband to hold her for me because I couldn't hold her and stop her from crying. as I spoke with Amira, and we had a very rough conversation as well. So as soon as I flew back to Ohio the next morning and I met Camila, I was truly honored. I had good vibes from her immediately. My father has made some amazing work over the course of 70 years. That's right, 70 years. And thus, legacy shall continue to live with the help of everyone who's joining us today, in person, virtually. We are here to remember Halim El-Dabh, celebrate life, his life. I would like to vouch and support with every bit of power I have in my control to support every and all partnerships here in America and all around the globe to do whatever I can to bring his legacy, his name, back into the past and future. Thank you very much. God bless. And very thankful to have everybody in my life that I have in my life. Thank you.
We're very grateful for that recording. It was incredibly emotional. I'm sure not just to record, but also to hear for all of us. Thank you all for being here with us today. Thokozani Mlambi is not your usual musician. Not only does he play the cello, sing and compose his own songs, but Mlambi also uses his art and exhibitions in order to convey African stories and philosophies. Born in Madadini, KwaZulu-Natal, after fulfilling music studies in South Africa and Sweden, Mlambi received his PhD in music at the University of Cape Town, South Africa. He has showcased work at leading platforms such as the National Arts Festival, Baxter Theatre, Soweto Theatre, and the State Theatre in Pretoria, where he drew audiences from all walks of life. He has been a visiting lecturer at universities from Finland to Brazil, and has an interest in pre-colonial African artistic crafts and the implications thereof for regional mobilities in Africa. For Here History Began, Thokozani Mlambi is exploring his teenage fascination with tape and creating something touchable and therefore believable. Through this performance, Mlambi is responding to El-Dabh, who was playing with tape in the northernmost parts of the African continent, and responding in relation to his own context and history at the continent's southernmost tip. Please welcome Thokozani Mlambi.
Yebo. I greet you all from a rather rainy day here in KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa. So I'm very glad for this opportunity, and I'm quite pleased to be contributing to this monumental archive that is unfolding and is being. And so thank you very much to Savi for having me. What I'm going to do today to tell you a little bit about how I went about doing my project, and I did it triggered, and then we're going to listen to a little bit of things that are something that I've got prepared for you. When Halim El-Dabh said that his musical awakening had a strike of lightning, a stroking, in a way kind of similar to Apostle Paul on his road to Damascus, who also was struck by a bolt. In 1904, when El-Dabh composed his earliest work, The Expression of Zar, there were hardly any electronic composers. And a process after getting hold of a wire recorder, which was very uncommon at the time, he then took the device to the streets, and he did a recording of religious rite and an Egyptian ceremony, which he manipulated and edited in the studio. He was fascinated by her potential electronic technology to provide a more interior investigation of the creative renditions, ritual ceremony, and to offer insight into sound and its transcendent elements. So I grew up in the era of radio sets. These were the radio sets in the late 80s and early 90s. They were also known as the ghetto blaster. The ghetto blaster, you used to hold it on your shoulder like that, and these were portable radios that would be put on their shoulder and carry around as it played. Many had these in the township of Madaten, where I lived. But many of these we saw also in American movies, and they were the thing to have. They amplify urban sound with the sounds of the latest dance grooves. They also changed the way we listened. I remember the many nights I spent as a teenager playing with tape on my radio. I was fascinated with the recording function on these domestic radios. Allowed one to record one's own using the tape. I remember how the tape itself would float after on it. Sometimes after recording repeatedly on the same Technics D90 cassette, the recorded sound would begin to sound warped as it became enmeshed with what had previously been recorded on the tape. At other times, the tape would get stuck in the machine, so one would have to pull out the reel itself. If the tape had developed a knot while getting stuck, one would have to physically trim that section with a pair of scissors and delicately stick back together. These calamities getting felt for time, but they were fine because they allowed you as the domestic radio user to play with and manipulate to be heard. The process was so tangible. The advent of digital technologies had an eclipsing effect on these earlier technologies. So I wanted to explore some of this teenage fast tape, unchecked by the process in which digital made way for pre-existing analog ones in the 2000s. I wanted something I could touch and consequence believe. What I also craved were people's responses to me shouldering a tape machine while walking the street. But I felt like in order for me to respond, I needed to relation to my own context and in the southernmost tip of Africa. What then came to mind for me was the fact that Southern African societies in the distant past were not structured in relation to centralized institutions of religion. Unlike these perhaps may in other parts of the continent, let's say in West Africa, where you tend to find that the social and the geopolitical land has been influenced a lot by centralized forms of religion and with paces of worship. So in Southern Africa, that is not the case. Here, what you find that the belief system seems to have played an important role in relation to the brokerage and politics that led to the emergence of social formations. And this was not simply in the enlistment of religious taboos, as found, let's say, maybe in the Judeo-Christian heritage and others. Rather, what seems to have been the case is that certain beliefs were integrated in and artisan networks of expertise, as is illustrated by the guilds of craft specialists, such as Nyanga, in parts of Eswatini, South Africa, and Zimbabwe. These are similar craft collections which are observable in the histories of many parts of Africa. For example, amongst Ande, West Africa, they have a group of crafters, they call them. These are people who held monopolies in social. Groups of crafters included storytellers, bards, leather workers, potters. They play a vital role in the economic, spiritual, and political cultures in areas where they lived. And also some of them were iron workers, metal workers, or metallurgists, if you want to call it. Notwithstanding these networks of specialization, what one believed at a personal and interpersonal level, we have been less informed by centralized religious orthodoxies, more by the independence of the individual and those in he or her sphere of concern. With no temples or big monuments in the name of the natural features of our mountains, our rivers, and oceans became our places of worship. So, what I mean by this is that about El practice in Cairo on a hardscape, having found this Zar ceremony, I wanted something else that fitted with Durban. So, even today, when one goes to the ocean, you'll see many people going into the water to do cleansing and other types of rituals. And this is the most popular beach around in Southern Africa. This is the popular beach. And over the past few years, South Africa has experienced a controversy in public discourse around humans at the beach, where one white South African had called up black people who were being seen at the beach monkeys. And this was in line with the exclusions of apartheid that promoted this kind of separateness of beach spaces, separateness of. So, but today the beach has become very much a melting pot where people come together and a place where people come to do all these rituals as well. So then I took my tape and I took my tape player and I started walking across the promenade. And I invited all the fascinations, questions that would arise with me walking in 2020 with the tape on my shoulder. And so what happened is that as I was walking with the tape, a woman walked past me and she was singing about Zulu. And this really means lightning of the in isiZulu. And this, I was like fascinated by this. I was like, I'm thinking about someone who was struck by lightning and you're singing about lightning as well. So I began to engage with this woman and this becomes the experience of the tape. And there are a lot of things that come up because first thing she said that this is the way congregants refer to their great spiritual leader, Shembe, in the Shembe church, which was like an Ethiopian movement of kind of church, an African independent church, which incorporated traditional beliefs as well as Christian elements. And so this woman called Ugogo Ndlovu, she began to speak and she made sure that she was being represented in the tape, and she was frustrated with the tape. In fact, she said to me, I brought her with me so that I could actually take a video of her so people could see her properly and hear her properly as well. And whereas our Halim El-Dabh kind of which was about a voice that cannot be heard, something about distinction. What he says is that he wanted to have that move the fundamental frequencies so that the result was a sound piece where the audio quality of the voices is blurred, so that he could have what he believed kind of essence of the ceremony and of the voice vocal frequencies of those present. And so tape seemed to be doing a similar this radio player that I bought. Sorry, the person doing technical, could you please put on the pictures that I emailed? And with the tape, and behind is the roaring sound of the ocean. Almost takes over, it consumes all us and the other sounds, and the ocean has these low frequencies that kind of thing that kind of swallow up a lot of the sound that is happening. So in a way, the tape itself became an element and a process of storytelling and allowing Ugogo Ndlovu to tell me her story, but also something that was allowed her to sing it allowed it to do other things, but also it was enabling me to sense of what the tape means in 2020 today, with CD players having gone past and gone, and USB players now the in thing. What does tape mean today? And so, and as she began to sing, the conversations and all those sounds began to emanate from and entered into the recording device on the radio itself. And but also this was now blended with the general atmosphere of the ocean and its consuming effect in the soundscape and in the rendition. So I'm not sure if I still have time, but I would like to play the piece. I didn't want to play the piece in this way because I think this actually takes away from the piece, because obviously it's a tape and it's here. The tape is somewhere in my place here. And it's waiting, and I was meant to have come to Berlin, and I would have brought the original tape with me so that it's heard. And the essence of it is that magnetic sound that comes from a tape. And it's not something that can, so to transfer that to a digital form seemed to me to be the spirit of what the work was about anyway. And so, but I'd like to play it for you, and I am feeling embarrassed with this. I must say that I feel very embarrassed playing it like this because it's not a performance as such. It's rather better taken as a meditation that should be listened to really with as oneself and other people, and not really as something to be performed. So, technical person, thank you very much. Please play the sound recording for us. Thank you very much. Naturally, then the work was now converted to digital format, I was tempted to kind of work on it, to work on it, so to speak, to manipulate it, to clean it up, whatever that means. And I had to resist that temptation because it had to be about the microphone in this cheap radio set that I had on my shoulder, and the sounds that it and the magnetic quality of the tape. And I had to remain honest to that and not try and mediate it in the kind of logical ways that we do today, obtain what we think is perfection or clarity, which is not really what it is. So I want to thank you very much and wish you all the best for the rest of the presentation performances.
Thank you so much to Thokozani Mlambi. Next up, we have Alice Shields. As one of the pioneers of electronic music, Alice Shields creates cross-cultural electronic acoustic operas, music for fixed media, instruments, voice, dance, theater, and film. Her work is influenced by non-Western forms of music drama, including Japanese No theater and South Indian Bharata Natyam. Shields received the Doctor of Musical Arts in Music Composition from Columbia University, has served as Associate Director of the Columbia Princeton Electronic Music Center, and as Director of Development of the Columbia University Computer Music Center, and has taught Psychology of Music at New York University. The title of this performance is In the Summer Garden, Sappho Reads to Her Friends, and a note to Halim El-Dabh. Welcome, Alice Shields.
Hi, I'm Alice Shields. I'm a composer, and I find it hard to speak and write words that are to explain my thoughts and feelings. So I will use the words of several authors I've been reading so that you may understand this piece I've written for you, which is In the Summer Garden, Sappho Reads to Her Friends. Barbara Hurd, in her book, The Epilogues, Afterwards on the Planet, quotes Rebecca Solnit as saying, "To be without a story is to be lost in the vastness of a world that speeds in all directions, like Arctic tundra or sea ice." Barbara continues, "When traditional stories no longer apply, some of us turn to more modern masterpieces that identify our existential crises and offer, if nothing else, the balm of compassion, of companionship." I myself, as a composer, I turn to ancient masterpieces of poetry and music, and once lived memories of the earth before its industrial destruction began. I cling to these memories of the earth and of previous human cultures around the world because I experience, and I think many of us do at this point in history, a disturbance of our connection both to the earth and to the richness of human cultures, the depth of human cultures around the world. Barbara summarizes this in her book as, "When alternatives disappear, yet the way ahead remains so unclear, like a ghost ship appearing and disappearing in the fog. She quotes Robert Macfarlane as, "We stand with our toes as well as our heels on a brink." The brink he's referring to is, of course, the climate catastrophe that is upon us. And it seems to me, and of course many others, that we stand on this environmental brink of climate disaster because our species considers itself unrelated and superior to other living things. From another book that I'm deeply interested in reading, Merlin Sheldrake's Entangled Lives, he quotes William Bateson, the ecologist, as, "We commonly think of animals and plants as matter, but they are really systems through which matter is continuously passing." And in other words, if I'm applying this to my own concerns about environmental and cultural destruction, and specifically to music, in my case, I would say that we commonly think of pitches, rhythms, and timbres as the matter of music, but they are really systems through which the matter of human culture, feeling, and experience is continuously moving. So music, for me, is a system through which the full span of human cultures can flow. And this is what I pursued in my work. It very much reflects the work of Halim El-Dabh, whose piece Laila and the Poet gave me permission when I was a young student composer to keep following my innate interests, which were and still are not common in the world of classical music in which I dwell. Like Halim, my work is multicultural, in my case, particularly with my study of the Bharatanatyam dance drama of India, the No theater of Japan, the poetry and drama of ancient Greece, and Native American poetry and ritual. My electronic opera, for example, uses both poetry and what survives of dramatic techniques of ancient Greek theater, as well as certain movement techniques from Bharatanatyam, which are used in narrative dance there and in my opera, Apocalypse. Apocalypse was 1994. In terms of my electronic opera, Shaman, which is 1987, these are electronic operas. That was very much inspired by Native American ritual as a white person accessing it in whatever way I was inspired to do. A lot of my music certainly involves what in Halim's case could be called fourth world music that combines creative electronic processing, you could call it, with electronic transformation, in my case of the voice, and world music. In fact, I've used, like Halim, my voice in a great deal of my electronic work, which his was the only example for me of the creative use of voice. And when his record came out in the US with Lila on it in 1964, when I was a young student. Certainly in the piece that you will hear of mine, now, which is in the summer garden, Sappho reads to her friends, I still am using my voice, in that case with Greek, ancient Greek text. And I would like to say, to make sure I don't forget it in this talk, that in the summer garden reflects both of my deep concerns on the survival of living beings on Earth, non-human and human, and the survival of the richness of world cultures, of human world cultures. Like Halim, my creative sense is inspired and piqued by ancient philosophies, the same cultures I mentioned before, with a few more. Egyptian, Greek, Tibetan particularly has inspired me. Japanese, Indian, early medieval European, and I might add what I can access of those languages or certain languages from those different philosophies and cultures. Perhaps most directly influenced in the most obvious way of my works by the influence of Halim would be my piece, The Transformation of Ani, which is totally electronic and uses as sound source only my voice, reciting in English translation words from the Book of the Dead. That piece was finished in 1969, so his influence directly flowed from that after his recording came out in 1964 of Lila. And like Halim, I have deep interest in the universality of music. In my case, I pursued that to a certain extent in the realm of psychology of music, which I've also taught and lectured upon and written a little about. How is it that our species cross-culturally can communicate feeling and emotions without translation to some degree at any rate? That's part of what my pursuit in psychology of music is. But unlike Halim, who I'm glad felt welcomed everywhere, and he was a shining, happy figure who people were very attracted to. And when I met him later, when he came back to the United States, for sure, he was like that. But unlike him, I did not feel welcomed everywhere. I was a woman, and in the 1960s, entering Columbia in 1961, Columbia University, no one had supposedly ever heard of a classical woman composer. And I wasn't as aware as I am now that that's a problem if you can't be recognized as a composer, and you are. So, but to continue the comparison between our desperate need to protect our earth matter and our living systems on Earth, which are human and non-human companions on this Earth. We need also, I want to emphasize again, to protect and feed the world cultures and their detailed traditions and carry them on into the future. Because world cultures, including our music world cultures, are being threatened and destroyed by the same industrial pollution and greed that is destroying the physical earth and our various species. That's a longer conversation, but I believe it's coming about through corporate conformity, and some of that conformity is also, unfortunately, taught in our universities, conservatories, and rewarded by foundations. So what I seek out in my own life, because, as Barbara said, having hope at this point, in my view, for the future of our physical life and our human life and non-human life on Earth and our human cultures, it's hard, as she said, hope, having turned its back on the ancient and elemental, grows unreliable now and misleading. And for me, again, the ancient and the elemental, the ancient are, I could say, the traditions of world human cultures. And the elemental, in my interpretation, is our physical world, our physical living beings, and the material world, the earth. Having hope for these things is harder now, but these are the things I treasure and tend to be in my work. So it's the words, usually poetry, dances, and music, particularly of ancient world cultures, that I find myself attracted to. And for me, these are the things that survive of great human art and thought and make life, at least I think for us human beings, inconceivably richer. These, in my view, are now at risk of extinction, partially through the use of the domination of corporate popular media around the world, usually recorded media, and it suppresses individual cultures, including our own, from more inventive artistic flow from whatever culture the artist is born into. So what Barbara Hurd refers to in terms of environmental writing and artistry, she says, we need stories of alliance with the natural world, which, given what's happening, will be stories of humility and grief. To continue her words, she says, and then we will say the words, and the words will become as if stones, and we will hold them before us, and they will be our rock solid refusal, our protest, our defiance, and our sorrow. She applies that to the world, the physical world, our beautiful world, and I apply it also to our beautiful human cultures and what they have produced. So my piece in the summer garden, Sappho reads to her friends. I believe I can apply this phrase from Barbara's own writing. My piece is a gesture at the intersection between intimacy and the abyss. And in my piece, a character, presumably Sappho, sits reading to her friends in a garden in the summer in ancient times. Presumably her friends are female students, as they apparently were with the historical Sappho. So right now I'll just read you will hear the poetry in Greek, in Sappho's Greek. It comes from several of her poems. They're just a few lines, and I'll read them in Greek and give you a rough English translation right now. Agi dexelu dia moileke. Come, blessed lyre, speak to me. Fornaesa de Guineo. Become a voice. Aulos dadumeles kitharis tone minuto, kaisophos crotalum. Flute, sweet singing, and kithara mingled, and crashing finger cymbals. Ligeos taraparthenoi aedon melosanion. Then piercingly, the maidens sang a song, a holy song. I cane desetera aho vespecia gen. And the song went straight up into the sky, an amazing sound. So this is my piece. In the summer garden, Sappho reads to her friends. And for me, she is in the garden of the world, our beautiful, physical, living world. And she is speaking her poetry, which is her human culture. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you.
Fornaesa de Guineo. Agi texeludia moilege. Fornaesa de Guineo. toneminitu kai sophos crotalon. Aulos dadumeles kitharis toneminiuto kai sophos crotalon. Ligeos taraparthenoi aedon melosanion. Ligeos taraparthenoi aedon melosanion. Ikane desethera aho thespesia ge. Ikane desethera aho thespesia ge.
Welcome back. Thank you very much to Alice Shields. It was very beautiful to meet Alice Shields in New York when we were looking at the archives of Columbia University, where he composed the seminal work Layla and the Poet, Layla and Majnoon, which was a radio drama released on a record in '61. But also the whole idea of the love story of the Layla and the Poet he has interpreted in that radio drama by creating 14 visitations of Majnoon, which means the madman, to Layla. And it was very, very, for us, touching to hear, the influence that Halim has had on a composer of such great value, such as Alice Shields, especially as a composer who explores her own voice, which is quite rare in electronic music, to use your own personal voice, to use, to become in such a vulnerable space of the use of voice. But let's move on with the program. Once again, thank you, Alice Shields, very much. I'm extremely happy to move into maybe another chapter that we have been thinking about because of Halim El-Dabh, and we're very, very happy to have with us Rania Rifat, because Halim was, he was a curious. Shukran. Sure. Sorry. He was a curious, person, and one of the things that he has been looking at is the puppet. I'm very happy to introduce Rania Rifat Shaheen, who holds a bachelor degree in law from Ain Shams University, a diploma in Higher Institute of Art Criticism. She studied human rights at the American University. She is a founder of El Pergola Puppet Theater and El Pergola Cultural Foundation. She is a playwright, writes short stories, scripts, and a screenwriter, in addition to being an actress and a theater director. She has received numerous awards and artistic awards and established a number of community initiatives such as Hold Your Hammer and Protect Your Dignity, Be Beautiful, Visit Our Elders, Do Not Demolish Archaeological Architecture. She got awarded as the most influential female figure in Egypt in a popular referendum from Cairo Development Center in 2014, and obtained the Shield of Creativity from the Creative Center for Arts in Mahalla El-Kobra. She won the title of the Year's Public Figure from the Japanese newspaper. And here I would like to read a little bit about El Pergola because I think it's very important. So Rania also founded El Pergola Puppet Theater in 2011 consisting of a group of 15 young men and women dedicated to the cause of puppetry and puppet theater. El Pergola Theater Productions aim to raise awareness of social, political, and legal aspects in Egypt. Since 2018, El Pergola has been active in Germany, and Rania has wrote a number of plays, stories, and essays, but also has recently published her book. Too many papers on my, with me, which is called What a Shame, that I would, recommend for everyone to read about El Pergola Theater. Before we move into a couple of questions that I wanted to explore with you that I thought would be very important, I wanted to, read something or an excerpt from a paper that Halim wrote in 1980 with a beautiful title, which is called In Search of a Puppet. So he writes, "The search began in Guinea, West Africa, and from there to my home of origin, Egypt. Both these places have several things in common. For instance, two African rivers, the river Niger in Guinea and the river Nile in Egypt. Both adopt Islam as their national religion. However, the big question I'm asking myself at this point is, what about the puppet? In reality, I should say, what about the puppeteer? That enigmatic figure that can put life into lifeless human or animal animal doll, making it move, act, dance, and speak, while the mysterious puppeteer remains hidden, unseen by the spectators." My search for the puppet was sponsored by the Smithsonian Institute and encouraged by the Puppeteers of America and the Union of International Marionettes. Puppets and marionettes are the same. The first is a hand glove manipulated and the second string manipulated. I started with Guinea. I arrived in Conakry, the capital. I met with high officials, historians, and scholars. All agreed that I was simply wasting my time in Guinea. Marionettes? Oh no, not here in Guinea, not here in Africa. That's European invention. You're wasting your time. You might as well go back. However, if you want to stay and travel in the countryside, we will give you permission. A permission was given to me after 10 days of discouragement. I set out with a 4-wheel drive Land Rover, accompanied by a Loma scholar, Cissokho, who is also a traditional medicine man. The region we drove through was Kankan in Upper Guinea. Roads were rugged and sometimes washed away by heavy rains. A great celebration was taking place in Kankan during the latter part of July. Celebrations for the rainy season in Upper Guinea, the sacred waters from the sky that prevent forest fires, fertilize the land, and preserve the savanna from erosion. It all happened on a Friday night after the Muslims did their evening prayers. I was not feeling well that day. I had fever, chills, and dysentery, but I decided to stay around and join the people's celebrations. Cissokho was staying close to me to make me feel better. After midnight, about 2 a.m., I was half asleep with a stooping head. I opened one eye and suddenly I screamed, "Cissokho, marionettes, puppets!" They do exist in Guinea. They are African. They did not come from Europe. Their history goes back to the emperor, whose era in turn influenced European puppetry. I felt relieved, excited, exuberated. I jumped up and went straight to the people I knew would be doing it, and started to record, document, photograph their 2 lion puppets, which were being used to warn the youths about forest fires. I'll jump to the next part here. From the rural villages in Guinea, I traveled to the biggest metropolis on the continent, Cairo, Egypt. In the city of 10 million people, I continued my search for puppetry. In the narrow streets of inner Cairo, I came across street puppeteers, people who slept on the side streets during the nights and who by day carried a 3-part screen framed over their backs to present their street theater puppet shows. People young and old gathered to watch, laugh, the humor, rejoice, and scream in wonderment of the puppeteer's theatrical ability. The mayor, judge, policeman, the daughter of the mayor, the Aragos. The wife of the main figure and a dog all watched the hand manipulation of these personality figures. The puppeteer, always hidden behind his screen, talked through an artificial device to change his one voice into many voices to suit the different personalities. Here is a man from the streets of Cairo who does not read and write, yet is capable of creating spontaneous poetry, reflecting upon the daily realities of the societies we live in. He creates puns and satires instantly to make people laugh, being accompanied by a drum and brass horn. The name of the puppet and the puppet show is Aragos. It is a form of street theater presenting political satires for an uninterrupted period of 1,000 years. It started during the Fatimid dynasty in the 10th and 12th century, which was known to flourish with arts, music, and theater. Later in history, the puppet figure Aragos represented Ottoman oppression. The Aragos became a symbol of liberation from oppression. Aragos was also very successful during the British domination and managed to liberate Egyptian villages from foreign rule. Halim El-Dabh. These are a few parts that I thought to share with you all. You know, I would really like to maybe lend from the title of, you know, In Search of a Puppet, because I think we are missing a lot of, you know, puppet art within kind of our realities and what we do. And of course, I was thinking a lot about what you do and about your projects. I mean, you have different projects related to puppets. You also build your own puppets and work with communities. You worked in Cairo and you now work here. And what I thought was quite interesting was this idea, you know, that he talks about, which is this idea of liberation, right? Like, on the one hand, we're sitting here in 2020, faced by, you know, in Egypt by a military state, where the act of speaking is basically already a risk, right? Like, you're putting your body and your voice at a risk. The puppet somehow becomes, you know, the extension of the voice of the people, which I find fantastic. And, you know, the act of puppeteering is also an act of justice. And I wanted to ask you, what do you think about that? Like, what are your thoughts in relation to this?
Hello. Hope everything's fine with you. Okay. Talking about puppets is very interesting, but also somehow not easy. So, what can I say in this topic? That puppets is a very good tool to say what you want without getting arrested. Somehow. And puppets is so familiar to people, especially Egyptians. So it's easy to put your ideas in it and people can really accept it without a lot of resistance. It's really a magic tool to say what you want, to do what you want. And also it's good when you have rebel troop, then it's better to make it with puppets than who go and come. So it's better with puppets. Yeah, so about justice, maybe I have to say something about El Pergola Puppet Theater, that I established it in Egypt and now it's active in Germany. Actually, pergola is an umbrella with wood, if you know it. It's familiar to you, pergola? Yeah. So I choose this name that it's inside it a lot of kinds of theater, like social theater, like political or legal theater. And also it's a kind of people feel warm and friendly together. So El Pergola has social theater, which is big theater, and we have big performances, like 50 minutes. We talk about very hard topics, like street children. It's a very tough topic in Egypt. And we talked also, it's called The Street is Kingdom, Brother. It's the name of the play. And another play about harassing against children in schools. It's called Raihana. This is the name of Iranian girls that have been killed, and yeah, you remember it? So we talk about really very hard topics. And we have El Pergola Legal Theater, and this is especially for law, because me as a lawyer noticed that to have a free state, a free country, then law should control the country, that we are all equal, right? We should all be equal in front of the law. But how it goes, unless people understand law. Then first, people should understand law, then respect law, then they will accept the law. Or the law would be only in books. This is nothing can work. So El Pergola Legal Theater, it's an interactive theater. We ask audience to share us in the performance and to change the situation, the negative situation, from a way to a positive situation. Sometimes also they ask for new law, sometimes. So it's different than the social and the political. Political, actually, we have black and white country. This is the name of a play. And we have been arrested. So I couldn't make it. I just make it with my troops 3 times. And it was really hard. They didn't do anything with us, but there were a lot of police in front of the stage. And one of them wanted to shoot my leg with a gun. And stuff like that. Then we said, okay, calm down. It was so sarcastic. All plays actually are sarcastic. So we stopped this, but we continued with the legal theater and the social theater.
I like that very much. Also, I was thinking, when you were describing also the position of the puppet itself, like historically speaking, and the legality of the puppet, and also how the law changed towards, who's getting arrested, right? And who used to get arrested.
Before it was, this is comedy a little bit, because law, that there is development for law. It's not something come from God. It's there is steps. There are steps. So I think, last few years, a lot of years ago, when someone has aragos, the gloves, which is political in Egypt always, in the countryside and against the colonization and this, they arrested the puppet, not the man. Then if you go to jail, you will find a lot of puppets, not men. Until they make, what it called,
the moral agent, yes.
الفاعل المعنوي, the moral agent. This is like someone control your mind or hypnosis. Hypnosis, and then ask you to kill someone or to do something. Before they would arrest you, but you were out of control until the legal men, they have this rule, moral agent, and then they stopped, unfortunately, to arrest the puppet, and they start to arrest us. This is so bad.
But why did you choose this tool specifically, puppets? I mean, it's quite interesting. Like, why did you choose a puppet to work with the social but also the legal questions?
For a lot of reasons. First, of course, 2011 means the revolution of Egypt. Okay, so first, I wanted to reach people, but in a very sensitive topics, without connecting to us as a human being. For instance, if they look at me and I don't wear veil and I talk about harassing, then they connect it to this. But when it's puppet, then they connect it with nobody. It's just puppets. Second, it's I want to hide actually behind the puppets because the regime is so tough in Egypt. Before, we should not say till now. No. Okay. Before, long years ago. So I was afraid, logic. And I just want, okay, the puppets. Third, that Egyptians love puppets. They are fond of puppets. And the colors and it's art.
Part of the society
yeah, it's
also.
art.
Yeah.
So puppets always the best, actually.
No, I absolutely love this, because I feel like also what I feel as a child, right, growing up in Cairo, what I did feel was very present was this also idea of a community going and watching puppet theater. It wasn't only, puppets are not meant for children. Puppets are not meant only to entertain, but puppets are, transcending political messages, but are also creating moments where the community gathers, where the community laughs, because there is, a threshold of what do you do at a certain point when you can't cry anymore also, but also to dance and celebrate. And I find that very beautiful, like we would have wished also to have the bigger theater of yours here at Savvy Contemporary, but it is, it's our first encounter, and we're very happy that you came at least with one puppet to kind of show us what you do. But, like that kind of relationship between also the audience and the puppets was very important to me also as a child. I'm curious though, like how did you experience this? How the audience experienced it? And, like, because you also went to very different local contexts, it wasn't on a theater, you were really, yeah.
It's in the streets and bus stations, El Pergola Theater. It's for people who don't have money and they need culture and art. So we go for them. By the way, we were volunteer for 4 years. I had to work other works to pay for the theater. And then we had the cooperation with Goethe Institute, British Council, AFAC, a lot. But before really, we all know money, and we go and we carry heavy, it's a mobile theater from the 5th floor. I wrote this in my book. It's all the experience actually in the book. And this is supported by Senat Berlin. Thanks a lot for Senat Berlin to translate it to English and German. So we carry it 5 floors, go and come. It's very heavy. And to build it, and it's all really, all the troupe were excited to make something to the country and people. So we went to very places that sometimes Egyptians never hear about it. And to go these places, you have to take the permission of people, not anybody else. The people are the government of the place. The law is the law of people, not the law of what I studied. So it's very excited and dangerous at the same time. And we go to these places to talk about harassing, to talk about violence against women, to talk about very sensitive topics. So to deal with them, it was really, it's hard somehow. Sometimes we have been attacked by fundamentalists, Muslim fundamentalists. They threw stones on us and they broke our puppets. And they said, this is haram, this is forbidden. So we have like different reactions from audience, but mostly they love it, and we make discussion after the puppet, social puppet theater, and we give them gifts, books, books for children, and they love it, really. For the interactive theater, most of time they hit each other, maybe. Hit us. Like one time in the sketch of harassing called What a Shame. So it should be small sketch, the interactive. So a girl walking and talk, and then a guy come behind her, hello, you are sweetie, come with me to the car. And then she say, oh, cockroach woke up now. And then we talk, they talk, and the guy touch her. Then she scream, help me, somebody help. Then a man came, of course, puppet, in the street, and she said to him, please help me, he touched me, and. And the guy say, I didn't, come on, look at her face. She's like monkey, nobody can look at her. Then the guy, the man, the old man, told her, come on, you didn't even wear veil. And what about your clothes? Why it's short? You make people look at you. This is your fault. And then both of them talk badly about her, and they left her. The fourth puppet is a policeman, Ima, always a policeman. We just keep it away. And then after the sketch, we ask people, okay, we see now this situation. Who want to manipulate one puppet to change the situation for the girl, not against the girl? But in one condition, nobody will manipulate the guy. Sometimes girls come and manipulate the girl, and they were so angry that they take the puppet when the guy touched them. They take the puppet and they pew with the other puppet, and both broke. Sometimes, one time a girl looked to the guy in the troupe, my colleague, and she pooh in his face. So we, after the interactive theater, I think we go to hospital usually. We need the Krankenversicherung after the interactive theater.
Thank you very much, Rania. Very, very much. I think it would be very nice to bring the puppet and take a moment.
We'll make now a small
moment
performance.
for a small performance. Thank you very much, Rania, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
عصفور طل من الشباك وقال لي يا نونو خبيني عندك خبيني دخلك يا نونو خبيني عندك خبيني دخلك يا نونو الشمس اللي رح تطلع وتطلع عالغابة وشاف أمواج الحرية بتلمع قلت له لا تخاف تطلع شوف الشمس اللي رح تطلع وتطلع عالغابة وشاف أمواج الحرية بتلمع شاف جوانح عم بتزقزق من خلف بواب العلي شاف جوانح عم بتزقزق من خلف بواب العلي شاف الغابة عم بتحلي على جوانح الحرية قلت له انت من وين قال لي من حدودي سوا قلت له جاي من وين قال لي من بيت الجيران قلت له خايف من مين قال لي من القفص هربان قلت له رجعتك وين قال لي بربطها الزمان عصفور طلع من الشباك وقال لي يا نونو خبيني عندك خبيني دخلك 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 يا نونو
Hi. So our next performance, we're not going to take a break now here. We're going to continue because we're running a little late. So I will just shortly introduce what we're going to see now. It's a dance performance by Emma Hose and Justin Kennedy called Piru Pyro Silu Alouette. And it's the title is a combination of the words pirouette, pyrotechnics, silhouette, and the French-Canadian children's song Alouette, which is about plucking the feathers from a lark. The piece is inspired by composer Halim El-Dabh's approach to improvisation in music/dance as a mechanism for uplifting the world's frequencies. Emma and Justin propose an open score to respond to the synesthesia of pneumatic and chromatic sound. Approaching these vibrational intentions, they will invoke Halim's notations in effervescent recycling and sampling of his music and color/drawings. They will illuminate a centrifugal yet cyclonic cipher recorded in cent steps while introducing an equestrian horseback word spiral spider hustle in order to quickly shift one's perspective that aims to complicate, deconstruct, and re-articulate gestural influences implied by the etymology and application of a pirouette. Rewriting a sampling of movements through a process of revisitation may include strobo-wiggling, tilt, A-whirl, soft side step swirling, POV quick switch, sideways spiraling, and airy fluff poetry in the joint, because we are dancing on concrete. The costume was designed by Don Aretino, and the composition and mix is done by Ethan Brown. A little bit about the artist. So Emma Waltraud Hose, born in Toronto, Canada, and living now in Berlin, works as a translator between movement and form. Informed by dance and visual art, their interdisciplinary projects are guided by observations of bodily and material gestures with a focus on development of an expanded choreographic practice. Justin F. Kennedy is a Berlin-based dance vocal artist, teacher, and DJ originally from St. Croix, US Virgin Islands. With a playful and collaborative approach, their research evolves from experiences and analysis of trance dance and its further translatability into workshops, science fiction, operas, durational dance, installation, and film. So, welcome.
up and down, up and down. The options in your head flipping upside down, upside down, upside down. We can feel an order getting in our way. We don't need the rule of yesterday. Breaking down the borders, tearing down the sides. Hear this one last time. They just want your head moving up and down, up and down, up and down. The options on your head flipping upside down, upside down, up and down. They just want your head moving up and down, up and down, up and down. The options on your head flipping upside down, upside down, upside down, up and down. Up and down. They just want your hand moving up and down, up and down, up and down. They go inside your head, flip it upside down, upside down, upside down. We can feel an order getting in our way. We don't need the rule of yesterday. Breaking down the borders, tearing down the sides. Hear this one last time. Time, 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 time. They just want your head up and down, up and down, up and down. It goes inside your head, flip it upside down, upside down, up and down. They just want your head lifted up and down, up and down, up and down. It goes inside your head, flip it upside down, upside down, upside down. We can feel an order getting in our way. We don't need the rule of yesterday. Breaking down the borders, tearing down the sides. Hear this one last time.
Can I? So, thank you, Emma and Justin. They deserve another round of applause, actually. So thank you so much for making us feel the vibrations, those vibrations that Halim El-Dabh talked about. You know, the vibration as a healing force. Thank you for that. It was also very important to think of that space between the sonic and the performative. And you will have noticed that we're taking you on a journey. It's not only a journey that was very close to Halim El-Dabh's heart, you know, the different mediums and practices, you know, from the puppet theater to the sonic to dance and so on and so forth. But it's also a practice that is very close to our heart at Savvy Contemporary, something we've cultivated, or at least tried to cultivate in the past 12 years. It gives me great pleasure to introduce to you Sam Shalabi, who gave us this incredible performance yesterday. And I was telling him this morning that I had the impression that he wasn't with us. He was somewhere else. He was in a kind of a trance, you know, at least he made us also drop into that space. And I wonder what conversation he was having with Halim El-Dabh in that space. And I'm so very much looking forward to this lecture he's going to give us today. Also, because Sam mentioned something in the panel discussion yesterday that caught my attention, when he said, after his conversations with Halim El-Dabh, he had the impression that Halim was a joker in the best way possible. And I had to think of the connection that Halim always made between ancient Egypt and the Yoruba culture and Yoruba cosmogony. And I had to think of Eshu Elegba, who was not only the god of the crossroads, but also, you know, the one who connects the Ifa to the humans, but also the trickster god. And I had to think of Halim El-Dabh as that trickster god, somebody who left Egypt at a particular time, got into the US, and in that very, I would say, violent space, could create and carve out for himself such an important space. And despite all the odds and despite all the efforts in erasing him, we are still here gathered to celebrate him, his work, his being. So Sam is going to give us a lecture titled The Psychedelic Footnote. And he said he's going to do a simple version of it. By the way, when we invited Sam to write for the book, we wanted, I think, 2,000 words. He gave us 20,000, just so you know. Sam Shalabi is an Egyptian-Canadian composer and improviser living in Montreal, Quebec. Beginning in punk rock in the late 70s, his work has evolved into a fusion of experimental Arabic music that incorporates traditional Arabic, shabi, noise, classical, text, free improvisation, electronics, and jazz. He has released 6 solo albums, 6 albums with Shalabi Effect, a free improvisation quartet that bridges Western psychedelic music and Arabic makam, and 4 albums with Land of Kush, an experimental 30-member orchestra for which he composes. He's appeared on over 60 albums and toured Europe, North America, and North Africa. Recent projects include albums with Dwarfs of East Aguza, a Cairo-based trio with Alan Bishop and Maurice Luca, albums with Kakana, a group featuring members from all over the Middle East, and collaborations with vocalist Nada El Shazli, Oren Ambachi, Angel Batdawit, and a quartet with Baria Waltman, Liam O'Neill, and Morgan Moore. He has also composed music for 20 films in North America, Europe, and the Middle East. So, you know we're not dealing with any kind of person, as we say in Pidgin. Welcome, Sam.
Hello? That was great to be, the dance performance before this was fantastic. It was great to be preceded by that. This is, I'm going to try and do a very truncated version of the text that I wrote, because it is a very long text, but I'll just sort of point out, I guess, because Halim, we've been sort of hearing that he defines what he does as an existence, I guess, as vibration, and it's interesting because in quantum mechanics, you have this idea of entanglement where you have a wave function that includes all these vibrational frequencies, and then if the idea is that if you look at the wave function, it collapses. You know, that you have a wave function and a position and speed of a momentum of a particle, and then you looking at it collapses it, and it's fascinating because all the performances and all of the lectures and all of the presentations are so different, you know, that everybody's kind of looking at and getting Halim in a very different way, but they all make sense, you know. And so in quantum mechanics, one of the funny things that happens is that for I guess they call it the Copenhagen interpretation, for decades the idea was that we're the ones that collapse the wave function, which is pretty, in a sense, it's pretty arrogant in a way, and sort of that we control the existence. But more recently, the idea is this idea of multiverses, that in fact we don't collapse it, that it collapses in one vibrational frequency for us, but in a whole infinite series of other universes, they exist. All these vibrational frequencies exist, which is the I guess the wave function, the wave equation of a function, superpositions, I guess they call it. Anyway, I just find it interesting that Halim, that's how he defines what he does, and the last 2 days we're seeing that. You know, we're seeing all these different multiverses of this one guy. But anyway, I'm not going to try and I won't ramble too much because it's very easy for this on this subject to ramble a lot. But I'll just sort of start because the text that I'm trying to truncate is called the psychedelic footnote. So I'll just read. I'm not going to dive too deeply into anything because in the text there's a few sort of big points, and I'll just shoot the big points out, and if people want to ask any questions or not, it's more just to give you a sort of taste of what this idea is. So here's a definition of psychedelic art from 1968 from a journal. And I don't actually have the attribution. I don't know who said this actually, but I find it a good definition. So this is it. Quote, from an aesthetic point of view, psychedelic art must be defined as that art which deliberately attempts to recreate, introduce, stimulate, or convey the nature or essence of the psychedelic experience. Unless psychedelic art is defined as the conscious expression of the psychedelic experience, quote, anything presented as a work of art that inspires the mind, emotions, and sense with even a glimpse of the total awareness of conscious being could be termed psychedelic art. According to Judd Yucklet, writing in Arts Magazine, which is to say that all art becomes psychedelic, or that the term is lost to the semantic chaos that already hovers over much of modern art. So that's one definition. The other, and I'll just read a definition of what a footnote is. This is like from Webster's dictionary. A footnote is a note at the bottom of a page in a book which provides more detailed information about something that is mentioned on that page. Footnote definition is a note of reference, explanation, or comment usually placed below the text on a printed page. An ancillary piece of information printed at the bottom of a page. Similar marginal note annotation, gloss, incidental remark, digression, marginalia. So that's kind of the idea for where this sort of stemmed from, was years ago wondering, based on Halim's output, why nobody really knew who he was. I mean, when I discovered him, I found it bizarre that this guy wasn't more well known. And it got me sort of thinking about this idea of being on the margins or being a footnote in art. And so that, and also it got me, it was how Halim's art struck me. So the other definition that isn't really a definition of psychedelia, but it's from Rimbaud, the poet, which he defines poetry as a willful derangement of the senses, which I've always liked as a definition of psychedelic art. And I find it a good expression, because both parts of it kind of lead to the idea that, well, what is derangement, and what are the senses as in a context? So you know, one person's derangement is another person's sanity, you know, and one person's sense is something completely different. So the text that I wrote is really not so much about the aesthetics of Halim's art. I mean, it's sort of incidentally about that, but it's about the context of Halim's art. And so I kind of tried to understand that in terms of his time, which he kind of came up in the modernist period, both in Egypt, I guess modernism, you know, sort of, if you want to call it Oriental and Occidental modernism, and why to this day he's still, you know, I think yesterday during the panel discussion I said that over the years since I discovered Halim in the 90s, people have tried to bring him back, in a sense. They've tried to bring him to the fore of the kind of discussion about modernism and the discussion about modern classical music, experimental music, and I use the expression dead in the water because I've seen it happen a few times where people have tried to introduce Halim's body of work and Halim into the narrative of you know, kind of the, I don't know what you would call it, the mainstream narrative of experimental art and modern classical music and Arabic music, and it never really seems to catch. And at a certain point, I realized that was something positive. Actually, that was something good. But then it really got me thinking about, how did Halim end up there? How did he sort of end up in this position? And I realized that modernism in Egypt and the West was part of the story, and postmodernism. So, you know, the writer Frederick Jameson, he looks at modernism as a kind of temporality. He sees it's about time, and it's about, you know, he quotes Ezra Pound, you know, the Ezra Pound saying of "make it new," where the idea is that you kind of have a certain directionality, depth, and sort of, you know, beginning, middle, and end to an alternate idea of history. And with postmodernism, he defines it as about space. It's about spatiality and distance. And so that got me thinking about this idea that, what is it about Halim's art that somehow is resistant to being put in either modernism or postmodernism? And I realized part of it is about the sacred, that modernism and postmodernism, they both try and control the sacred. They both try and control the narrative of this idea of the sacred. So in modernism, the idea, I guess the phrase that or the thought that I had was that in modernism you have the idea of the noble savage, so that you have a kind of continuation of imperialism through other means. You know, that in a sense both modernism and postmodernism are about done deals. You know, so modernism kind of appears when the project of imperialism and colonialism is done in terms of acquisition and control of actual land and culture, and so modernism sort of spreads itself in the West differently than it does in the non-Western world, in the colonized areas. And so my thought, looking at the history of modernism, was that modernism is about, they want the colonized to be a noble savage, and they want the colonizer to be a savage noble. You know, that the idea is that the colonized, they have to essentially receive, that they're not in control of the sacred. So if you look at the history of modernism or modernist music, that once these areas are colonized, you have composers like Debussy, Bartok, Ravel, which is a bit later, who in a sense are allowed to use the sacred of the colonized lands. They're allowed to sort of use the music that is indigenous to the areas that are colonized. And yet, for someone like Halim, and this is the other concept that I'll sort of introduce, which I kind of just took from the fairy tale, and also in digital learning, there's this idea of the Goldilocks syndrome, that when you're training people to use code, that you can't have the code be too hot or too cold. It has to be just like the Goldilocks fable. And so when in the text that I wrote, I was speaking, specifically about expression of the Tsar, which is also called wire recorder piece. That the reception of that fits perfectly, in sort of under the modernist scheme with this Goldilocks syndrome. So on the one hand, his source material is the Tsar, is the sort of the ritual of the Tsar, and that is only sort of allowable by Western composers. In a sense, it's the colonizer that has to control the sacred. They're the ones that are in charge of how that's received. So for someone like Halim, he essentially has to wear the suit of modernism. So if he was composing, say, Schoenberg, which at that time I guess was cutting-edge music, 12-tone atonal music, that would be fine. But for someone to do a piece that is essentially one of the first musique concrète electroacoustic pieces, and have at its core a very sacred, ritualistic component, is just something that modernism at that time rejected, because he's not supposed to be in control of that. It's the colonizer that's supposed to be in control of what is considered sacred. So Debussy and even people like Harry Partch, they're allowed to go back to these ancient scales and to use Greek or Chinese or non-Western scales. But someone who is the way that I see Halim is that he's a modernist in both senses. He's a modernist in the Western tradition, and he's a modernist in whatever you want to call it, the non-Western tradition. But that's not really allowed. That he essentially has to wear the suit of Western modernism for him to be part of it, in a sense, even in a peripheral way. So, but what happens with that piece, Expression of the Tsar, is that it's too hot for it to be included in the canon of modernism through the perception of the West. It's too cold to be seen as the kind of ethnic music, as it was called before it became world music under postmodernism. It's not really that. It's not ethnic music, what he's doing. He's doing something else. So it doesn't really belong there either. And he doesn't really fit. He's not just right. He's not the soup that is just right for modernism. In postmodernism, that gets reversed. To me, a lot of, in Jameson's sort of idea that postmodernism is about spatiality, what you have really is the context for a lot of this is political, is geopolitical and economic. And so in postmodernism, you have an idea, a notion really of gentrification. Gentrification is the kind of political manifestation of postmodernism. And that was kind of Jameson's great insight in the 80s, where he realized that it's a perfect fit almost. Postmodernism and capitalism are really good for each other because one is kind of the shock troop of the other, that you can spread gentrification through postmodernism and vice versa. But what happens, the era of postmodernism is decolonization. The sort of high period of it, I guess, is the 60s, where you have it becomes obvious that technology is spreading, in the non-Western world, a kind of hegemony, in a very kind of seemingly benign way, but it's actually not. And so this hot cold thing gets reversed, because really what you have in the transition from ethnic music to world music is you have a kind of gentrification of all of it. I sort of years ago, when I was writing about sublime frequencies, the sort of world music, the ethnographic label, great label, and I kind of pointed out that what they avoid is the sort of idea of world music, which at the time I kind of defined as the worst of both worlds. That essentially what a lot of world music does is it takes a sort of watered down version of Western music and a watered down version of non-Western music. And, even something, what you as an example of that is auto-tune. Not that there's anything intrinsically wrong with auto-tune, but say in the Arab world, what auto-tune does is it flattens out quarter tones. So it kind of gets rid of what is interesting about what would have been called ethnic music in modernism, and no, in a sense, nobody really thinks too much about that. But what I think what it does under postmodernism is it gentrifies both parts of that. It gentrifies the sort of East-West equation. So Halim's music gets reversed in a sense, that he now under postmodernism becomes too cold. That his sort of modernism, in terms of his, whatever you want to call it, experimentalism, the fact that he's not doing something that is gentrified world music or ethnic music, is considered too brainy in a sense. It's considered too intellectual maybe for world music, because I think you would be hard pressed to say that Halim's music is world music. I mean, that you couldn't really put him in that category. And then he still becomes too hot, because what you have in academia now, that the academia that's where modernism has taken refuge in academia. Postmodernism has put everything under its umbrella, but if you're looking for sort of modernist composers or modernist thought, it's mostly in academia, and Halim is barely there. I mean, you know, in academia as well. So anyway, that's sort of where this idea comes from. But the positive part of this is that there is more and more scholarship or philosophy on this idea of psychedelia. You know, there's writers like Mark Fisher, Rob Chapman, you know, even Walter Benjamin, you know, I think, you know, going back to kind of the modernist period, I mean, they were kind of looking, I guess, at what the writer Thomas Pynchon called the preterite, you know, this idea of, Thomas Pynchon thought there was this tradition of the preterite, the imperfect, you know, or in the biblical, the sort of the forsaken, you know, that it sort of has both a grammatical and a biblical usage, that idea. For Pynchon, that was a tradition that went right through history, and it's a tradition, in a sense, of the excluded, of the footnote, of that which doesn't fit into to any narrative or any ism, I guess, and I think, you know, the years ago when I would you know, kind of say that I think psychedelia is a philosophy with or without the drugs. It is a valid philosophical stance, and you can look at art going back thousands of years through that way, as much as you can look at art through any lens. But for me, psychedelia seemed to be a much more useful way to do that. And you know, when I started saying that to people, they would just be like, "Oh, you're, you know, like Austin." They thought it was some sort of Austin Powers, you know, kind of like that. It was just kitschy, and there was nothing cool about psychedelia in a sense. It was very historical based. That it was mostly about the '60s and drugs and blah blah blah. But now there is a scholarship coming out about it. I mean, Mark Fisher, before he died, had this idea of acid communism, you know, which is a kind of way to get out of what he called capitalist realism, a way to sort of get out of all these modernism and postmodernism, and try and understand what art and a living art would be, and a tradition of that would be outside of you know, the lens of the 20th century, which is very hard to see outside of. And so the interesting thing about psychedelia and this concept is that it's also very old. I mean, clearly it's a very old idea and practice that really only appears as a footnote. It's never occupied, except in one historical period, which of course has been sort of dismissed and ridiculed and commodified, you know, to the hilt. So everything kind of goes back into that one period in the 60s, and the idea of psychedelia before that and after that is not really considered. Everything has to go back to that. But I think that Halim, to me, that's the tradition that Halim belongs in. And you listen to Halim speak, and there's, I mean, there is, if he's part of any tradition, it would be that, you know, it would be about consciousness raising, it would be about expanding, becoming one with sound and vibration. And working with Halim, he was clearly that. I mean, he was a psychedelic person in a way. I mean, he that's how he spoke. And anyway, that's I'll leave it there. And if there's any questions, we'll take questions. Thank you.
So, thank you, Sam. Thanks for the presentation. We'll take, since we're running late, we can take only 2 questions. And since I happen to have the mic, I'll afford myself the privilege of asking one. Okay? So, Sam, thank you once more.
You're welcome.
But I wonder why. I understand the psychedelic part of it, but I wonder why we need to read Halim's work through modernism, postmodernism, gentrification, and so on and so forth. You know, having spent some time reading what that guy wrote, I do not really think he cared a jack about all those concepts.
No, he didn't.
You know, so I would like you to say, you know, briefly, why you feel the need, while others are taking us away from that, and Halim didn't care about that. Why do we need to read the work through that? Okay.
Well, because I should. I mean it's a longer discussion, but essentially, I should say that the text that I wrote is about context. It's not, as I said earlier, it's not necessarily about Halim's work. And so I was interested in that. I was interested in the context of how his art was received or not received, and clearly this event, part of what the discussion is about, well, here's this guy's been doing this incredible stuff, and now we're celebrating this guy. I mean, that is in a sense part of the undertone of this. And so for me, it was really trying to understand that and understand why certain artists are excluded, and always excluded from it. And that's where that comes from.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other question? Otherwise, we will be super happy to move on since we are late. And so once more, thank you so much, Sam. And just to say, no one. There's a brilliant poem by James Baldwin called "The Conundrum of Imagination," in which he talks about Columbus not discovering America, but America discovering Columbus. Just to say, no one of us ever discovered Halim. He was there and doing great work, and we just trying to unpack. So thank you once more. So we're going to do a 10 minutes break just to get some fresh air in and let you straighten your legs, because the day or the night is still very long. So 10 minutes.
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning. We're happy to have you back with us after this short break as we continue to celebrate and reverberate with Halim El-Dabh. The next artist coming to the stage is Tanka Fonta, or maybe I should say Tanka, as we all warmly call him here at Savi. Tanka Fonta was born in the highland region of Cameroon in West Central Africa, where he pursued his formal educational studies. He has pursued a wide variety of interests in the arts, music, cultures of the world, and education, and he has also conducted extensive and independent research into contemporary, folk, and traditional African music. A prolific author, composer, performer, multi-instrumentalist, poet, researcher, and scholar of traditional African music, Tanka Fonta has also been actively engaged in other professions. In fact, Tanka Fonta is what we call in Pidgin, Gambeman, because he makes use, everything he lays his eyes on or touches, he can make magic out of it. As a visual artist, he has exhibited at galleries in Cameroon, Canada, the USA, and Germany, and with over 100 published works for orchestra, small and mixed ensembles, quartets, trios, and solo instrumentation. Some of his recently published works include The Incantations of a Bantu Mask, Visions and Ideograms, Themes and Variations of an African Dance in G major, and so much more. One will need another session to list them all. Today, he will be on stage with Elizabeth Boardman, Raisa Galofre, Hyun Park, Edem Maya Akakpo, Josep López, Lenny Overton-Daiber, and Willy Sahel, and they shall be performing a piece titled Polyphonic Dialogues with Halim El-Dabh, which is made up of a dance performance and musical interventions. Please give them a warm welcome.
Willy. Yeah, really good.
Wow. Wow. Before we conclude this series of polyphonic dialogues with Halim El-Dabh, I will like to remind you all that all of these beautiful sounds and notes were written and composed by Tanka here with us. Thank you. So we will conclude this series of dialogues with Halim El-Dabh by reading a text, which is an incantation which was put together by Tanka here with us. The air Halim El-Dabh sucked into his infant lungs was laced with sound. The scent of roses lingered at his nostrils as he exhaled, and their frequencies dripped from his ears as he watched his mother sever petals from their thorny stems, turning them into jam. The great Persian poet Hafiz would write, "What is the root of all these words? One thing, love. But a life so deep and sweet, it needed to express itself with scents, sounds, colors that never before existed." Working on the Halim project equally has been a profound undertaking, a thematic exploration, an inspirational entrance into all of the alternative and multidimensional knowledge systems of the African continent that are as perennial as the history of humanity. It is an invitation for the audiences and the artistic creators to enter into a frontierless and borderless universe of inspiration and intuitiveness, a world of things and non-things, all of which are interconnected through harmonic vibrations. Opening the doors into Halim's world is equally an insightful journey into mythology worlds of deep time, which are enfolded and embedded within the infinite repositories of the universal, as well as the collective mind. We are invited to explore the universes of visible and non-visible phenomena, the philosophies of music in new ways and through different sensibilities via sound vibrations and light frequencies, within the oceans of non-time where things disappear, appear or emerge, to entangle in polyrhythmic or polyphonic dialogues with the realities of the living.
Thank you so much, Tanka Fonta. Can we have another round of applause, please? And thank you to Savi's Billy Four also, who did the reading. Well done. So our next event is a reading by Mohamed Rabhi. Mohamed Rabhi is an Egyptian writer, editor, and co-curator of the bookstore Khan al-Janoub in Berlin. His debut novel, Kawkab Anbar, Amber Planet from 2010, won the first prize in the Emerging Writers category of the 2011 Sawiris Cultural Award competition and was published in French translation by Akut Zud under the title La Bibliothèque Enchantée. His second novel, Year of the Dragon, was released in 2012, and his third novel, Otared, was published in 2015 to much critical acclaim. Tonight, Rabhi will read an excerpt from his latest political satire novel, History of Gods of Egypt.
مساء الخير. اوكي. مساء الخير. نوح والد إسماعيل كان نحاتا فاشلا. في الأصل هو موظف حكومي عادي، واحد من ملايين، عاش مع عائلته في فيلا صغيرة في المعادي ورثها عن والده. لكنه للأسف ظن أنه فنان حقيقي، كان يستطيع عمل تماثيل صغيرة لأشخاص وحيوانات ومبان وأشياء، سماها ميني ساكيورات، ويبدو أنه استمر يصنعها دون أن ينتبه إلى أنها أشياء بلا قيمة. كانت تماثيله صغيرة، الواحد بطول 10 سنتيمترات تقريبا. فلاحة واقفة تحمل مشنة خضار، فلاحة تحمل بلاصا، عسكري شرطة بشارب كبير، وتهور فصنع تمثالا لامرأة عارية تضع يديها في جنبيها وتبرز ثدييها. ظل ينظر إليه ويبتسم من جمال اللمحة الجنسية البادية على التمثال. كان يمكن لأعماله أن تباع للسياح بأسعار جيدة نسبيا. كان من الممكن أن يتحول النحات نوح إلى فنان شعبي يصنع الكثير من النسخ الصغيرة لميني سكيوراته، لكنه قرر أن يكون فنانا يصنع قطعة ميني سكيور واحدة مميزة فقط لكل شخصية، ثم يصنع قطعة أخرى لشخصية أخرى، وهكذا. فنان كبير مثل سلفادور دالي، وليس فنانا شعبيا حقيرا يصنع تماثيل حقيرة ليبيعها لتجار خان الخليلي. عندما وصل أخيرا إلى ناجي عناني الرسام المشهور، تعامل معه بأريحية ومحبة، كأنهما فنانان زميلان على القدر نفسه من الموهبة والخبرة. بعد جلسة طويلة تكلم فيها عن موضوعات متنوعة، أخبره أنه صنع مئات التماثيل الصغيرة، قال له ميني ساكيورات. وناجي عناني فهم منذ لحظة أن بدأ حديثه عن الفن أن الرجل ضايع، ومنعه الأدب والتواضع من إنهاء الجلسة والإعراض عنه. وبعد دقائق تجرأ الفنان نوح وطلب من الفنان ناجي أن يزوره في بيته كي يطلع على ميني سكيورات. كان نوح يتمتع بالسماجة المصاحبة لمن يعرف أنه ليس فنانا أصلا، مع أنه للأسف كان يظن أنه فنان حقيقي. آمن بأنه فقط بحاجة إلى شخص معروف يساعده في الوصول إلى الشهرة، إلى معرض أو جاليري أو ناقد فني أو فنان شهير. وعندما أحس أن ناجي قد يهرب منه، استخدم كل ذكائه وقص عليه الحكاية الشهيرة عندما سجد أحد المهووسين أمام ناجي في أحد المعارض، وأعلن بصراحة أنه يعتبره إلها ويعبده. وكما تراجع ناجي مرتعبا حينها، تراجع على الفور عن أي رفض وقبل دعوة نوح. وعلى الفور أيضا طلب منه نوح أن يرافقه إلى البيت الآن في هذه اللحظة. في البيت أخذ نوح يخرج من سكيوراته واحدا تلو الآخر من الدولاب القديم الذي يحتجزها فيه، ووضعها متراصة على طاولة أمام ناجي الذي أدرك عندما رأى أول ميني سكيور أنه ورط نفسه. وعندما اكتملت المجموعة لم ينتظر سؤاله، بل قال له كل ما في جعبته من مديح للميني سكيورات وله كفنان نحات محترف. لكن نوح لم يقتنع بسرعة. ثمة شيء غريب في الموقف كله. مثلا كان يعلم أن ميني سكيور الميكانيكي الأبيض سيء جدا، زبالة، وأن ميني سكيور الإوزة التي تبيض بيضا عاديا وليس بيضا ذهبا أفضل منه بكثير. وإذا كان هذا واضحا له كفنان هاوي، فبالتأكيد واضح أيضا لناجي الفنان المحترف. لكنه لم ينتقد ميني سكيور الميكانيكي ولا ميني سكيور الوزة ولا أي ميني سكيور وسط الميني سكيورات العديدة المعروضة على الطاولة أمامهما. غاضبا قليلا سأله: طيب ما الذي ينقص الميني سكيورات؟ لا شيء، لا أرى أي شيء ناقص. لا شيء يعني مثلا ماذا عن الخطوط العامة؟ لا الخطوط العامة ممتازة مثالية. طيب والتلوين؟ التلوين ممتاز، تابع التلوين بهذه الطريقة الممتازة. ماذا عن الكتلة؟ الكتلة؟ نعم الكتلة، ماذا عنها؟ الكتلة موفقة؟ نعم، أفضل ما يمكن أن يحدث للكتلة أن تكون موفقة، وهذه كتلة موفقة؟ نعم موفقة جدا؟ نعم موفقة جدا. كان نوح قد بدأ يتأفف، وعندما أدرك ناجي أنه سينكشف قريبا جدا قال له: لكن ينقص الميني سكيورات الإطار ذو المعنى. كاد نوح أن يقع أرضا من الرعب. ها هو شيء كبير جدا، إطار وله معنى ينقص ميني سكيوراته. سأله بلهفة: ما هذا؟ هل هو تكنيك جديد في النحت؟ لا، هذا ليس شيئا مهما. يمكنك أن تنتج فنا ممتازا دون أن يكون له إطار ذو معنى، لكن من الأفضل أن أنتج فنا له إطار ذو معنى. هذا صحيح. وأطلق ناجي رصاصة الرحمة: بالطبع أنت لن تسألني كيف تفعل ذلك. لماذا لن أسألك؟ وتلقى نوح الرصاصة في رقبته، لأن الفنان الحقيقي ليس بحاجة إلى أن يسأل هذا السؤال. ظل نوح يبحث عن الإطار ذي المعنى شهورا طويلة. لم يسأل أحدا بالطبع، فالرصاصة لا تزال في رقبته، لكنه أخذ يعيد قراءة كتب الفن في مكتبته بسرعة شديدة، باحثا بعينيه عن كلمتي إطار ومعنى دون أن يوفق في إيجاد ما يمكن أن يكون إطارا ذا معنى. ويبدو أن كثرة متابعة التلفزيون ساهمت بقوة في إيجاد ما يبحث عنه. أثناء التنقل بين القنوات التلفزيونية الثلاث في أحد أيام الجمعة، لفت سمع نوح اسم لوط عندما ورد على لسان الشيخ الشعراوي. كان الشعراوي حاضرا كعادته كل يوم جمعة في التلفزيون المصري، يفسر آيات قليلة من القرآن للناس بعد صلاة الجمعة. وبصفته فنانا ملحدا لم يكن نوح يهتم بالشعراوي أو الصلاة أو أي شيء له علاقة بالأديان بشكل عام. كان يتعالى على هذه الأشياء ويرى أنها غيبيات وخرافات لا يقدر بعقله الانشغال بها، ومن الأفضل أن يفكر في فنه وميني سكيوراته. لم يكن يكره تلك الأشياء، لم يكن يحبها أيضا، كانت أشياء موجودة فقط. لكن قصة لوط كانت بالذات تلفت نظره. كل ما فيها غريب جدا، بداية من البلد الذي يحب رجاله بعضهم بعضا، وحتى النبي الذي بقي فيه دون سبب واضح. كعادته أعاد الشعراوي حكاية القصة كلها. لم يكن هناك جديد بالطبع، فقد قرأها نوح وسمعها مرات عديدة. وقرب النهاية عندما هرب لوط وزوجته من قريته بناء على نصيحة الملائكة، قال الشعراوي إن التوراة تقول إنها زوجته تحولت إلى عمود من الملح، وإن القرآن قال إن الله أهلكها. وكعادته سأل الشعراوي الحاضرين أمامه سؤالا استنكاريا: لماذا يا ترى أهلك الله امرأة لوط؟ كان هذا الجزء غير مهم بالنسبة لنوح حتى تلك اللحظة، ذلك أنه كان يظن أن الحكاية المهمة كلها تنتهي عند تدمير قرية لوط، وأن هذا هو الهدف من الحكاية كلها. ولم ينتبه من قبل إلى أن الحكاية الصغيرة الملحقة بالحكاية الكبيرة مهمة أصلاً. انتبه نوح بشدة لما سيقوله الشعراوي. أجاب عن سؤاله قائلاً: لقد أهلكها الله لأنها، وانقطعت الكهرباء. ومع انقطاع الكهرباء والصمت الذي اتضح جلياً جراء انعدام صوت الشعراوي الرخيم، ومع الضوضاء التي تأتي خافتة من الشارع، قرر نوح أنه وجد الإطار ذا المعنى الذي سيضيفه إلى ميني سكيوراته. سيصنع ميني سكيورات صغيرة للأنبياء كلهم، سيضعهم في المشاهد الشهيرة المذكورة في الحكايات التوراتية القرآنية. دارت في رأسه ملايين الصور والتماثيل للأنبياء المرسومين والمنحوتين في عصر النهضة، وقرر أنه سيعيد هذا التراث البشري المهم إلى الواجهة مرة أخرى، هذه المرة منحوتاً على شكل ميني سكيورات صغيرة لا يتجاوز طول الواحد منها 10 سنتيمترات. كان هذا الإطار وهو من الواضح أنه ثابت، أما المعنى فسيتغير طبقاً لكل حكاية. خطط في رأسه لميني سكيور لوط، مشهد كبير يظهره وهو يسير مبتعداً عن سدوم الظالمة، بينما تشتعل فيها النار بلهب أصفر براق يعلو نحو السماء. أما بالنسبة لزوجته فكانت الخطة أن يضع لمبة نيون بشكل رأسي بدلاً منها، في لمسة ما بعد حدثية جميلة. والمعنى في حكاية لوط يتمثل في الآتي: لقد حذر الملائكة لوط وعائلته من النظر إلى الخلف، حيث المدينة المحترقة بغضب الله، لكن زوجته نظرت على الرغم من التحذير، وتألمت لمشهد مدينتها وهي تحترق، وحزنت وشعرت بأن ظلماً ما وقع على أهل مدينتها. ومن أجل كل هذه المشاعر الإنسانية غضب الله عليها وعاقبها بتحويلها إلى عمود من الملح أو لمبة النيون. عندما عادت الكهرباء بعد ساعة، كان نوح لا يزال جالساً في الصالة الخلفية للفيلا يحدق في شاشة التلفزيون، لا يميز الشخصيات والألوان والضوضاء الصادرة عن الصندوق المضيء، بل كان يخطط لصنع مشاهد توراتية قرآنية أخرى. تخيل الأنبياء كلهم منحوتين على طاولة كبيرة في هذه الصالة بالذات، طبقاً لترتيب ظهورهم الزمني. تخيل أن ينهي صنع التاريخ التوراتي القرآني كله على الطاولة، ثم تخيل نفسه وهو ينظف الصالة كلها من بقايا الصلصال والأخشاب والألوان، ويدهن حوائطها باللون الأبيض، ثم يدعو أصدقائه وفنانين مصر جميعاً للاطلاع على موهبته الهائلة. شكراً.
Now we're going to take a 5-minute break, so please go outside, get some fresh air. Just come back in time for the next event. Thank you. Satch Hoyt is a spiritualist and a believer in ritual and retention. A visual artist and a musician, his diverse and multifaceted body of work, whether sculpture, sound installation, painting, musical performance, or musical recording, is united in its investigation of the eternal Afro-sonic signifier, as well as its movement across and amid the cultures, peoples, places, and times of the African diaspora. During this lecture and performance, Satch Hoyt will address amalgamations of Black sonics from about the 15th century to the present, as well as the ways in which sound documents and informs culture. Please welcome Satch Hoyt with Black Bedlam.
It is dark and damp on the front, garnered El-Dabh immense recognition from the upper echelon of Americans in Cairo, eventually winning him a Fulbright scholarship. I imagine his indignation at the racially divided climate he met on arrival in the 1950s segregated USA. There can be no doubt that as a darker-skinned Egyptian, El-Dabh would have experienced racism. While records of his ties to African-American culture are scant, these would have deepened when he taught music and African-American studies at Howard University between 1966 and 1969, an extremely lugubrious period for equal rights and race relations in the USA. Both the civil rights and Black Power movements accrued colossal loss from the assassinations of Dr. Martin Luther King and Fred Hampton, chairman of the Illinois chapter of the Black Panther Party. These events, amongst others, were counterbalanced by the appointment of the first African-American Supreme Court Justice, Thurgood Marshall, who presided over the groundbreaking case Brown versus Board of Education. In the aftermath of the King assassination riots, El-Dabh fled Washington, D.C. for Kent University in rural Kansas, but was unable to escape the political climate that gripped the entire country. Throughout his own life. Born at the end of the centuries-old British occupation of Egypt, 1822 to 1922, El-Dabh stood witness to the resonance of the bells of independence, their stretched cadences suspended in the changing air. But this did not mean the disappearance of British colonialism's pathological violence. To fully exercise imperialism is an extremely long and painful process. In The Wretched of the Earth, Frantz Fanon states, "To wreck the colonial world is henceforward a mental picture of action which is very clear, very easy to understand, and which may be assumed by each one of the individuals which constitute the colonized people. To break up the colonial world does not mean that after the frontiers have been abolished, lines of communications will be set up between the two zones. The destruction of the colonial world is no more and no less than the abolition of one zone, its burial in the depths of the earth, or its expulsion from the country. The unlearning of colonial oppression was at the forefront of the Cairo intelligentsia and the social circles of El-Dabh and his brothers frequented. Witnessing the Israel occupation of Palestine was traumatic, to say the least, as distortion and dissonance melded into the socio-political thumbprint of the epoch. Though a self-proclaimed Pan-Africanist, his ethnomusicology and other socio-political associations in sub-Saharan African countries did not spawn an overwhelming desire to participate in the more radical and provocative African-American experimental avant-garde. I could easily imagine a mashup between Don Cherry and El-Dabh, or with Albert Ayler. High on my wish list is the pharaonic encounter of Sun Ra and Halim El-Dabh. Ra's Afro-futurist imagined Egypt and El-Dabh's lived Pan-Arabist bizarre Egypt. Both personalities shared a common belief that vibration and sonority is the essence of music. Add to that a dedicated flamboyant penchant for clothes, costume, ritual, and theatre. I'm attempting to unmake the scenario of what appears to be El-Dabh's absence from grassroots Black America and lack of presence in the African-American intelligentsia, where so many marginalized, though relevant, American innovators and radical thinkers were located. Was he waiting for his white associates to take him to Harlem? J. Robinson said, "The ideas, the structures, the organization of a movement, a social movement, comes from the collective. It does not come out of the individual. That sensitivity, a consciousness of that, it seems to me, is an important beginning, that the first attack is the attack on culture." I imagine that a sonic soothsayer in the League of El-Dabh would have offered a novel and much welcomed exchange in many of the situations he encountered on his journeys in Africa and the transnational African diaspora. Music, in its multitudinous ways, has always been employed as a vital element in arousing the masses and to help usher in regime changes. The efficiency of radio broadcasts to bolster manifestos in many liberation struggles is stuff of legend. Here I am attempting to map out El-Dabh's trajectory sites of solidarity. The encounter of sonic demarcations navigated on his myriad field trips, which surely informed his decisions to forego an active and competitive role in the Eurocentric hierarchy of the Western avant-garde. Whilst in Africa, did he meet the progressive socialist leaders of the time, such as Kwame Nkrumah, Kenneth Kaunda, Leopold Senghor, and Sékou Touré? Amalgamations are an intertwining of eclectic acoustic and electronic abstract genres. From the Zar rituals of rural Egypt, electroacoustic and Congo antiphona to Cowell and Bartok. He opened provocative tonal dialogues, subverting genres and collapsing tropes. For all his formal classical training, this experimental spirit's heart remained at one with the expandable complexities he extracted from his beloved Djordjevic drum. Later music lapsed into the terrains of what is annoyingly termed world music, distancing him even further from the elitist math-driven music circles he unfrequented. El-Dabh's continued exclusion and marginalization is a travesty which should be addressed by the now gatekeepers. I'm tempted to believe sanctity and social justice drove Halim El-Dabh's sonic vision. His was an inclusionary practice based in community and audience participation, a complex sonic tapestry of sculpted visceral noise that is yet to be fully deciphered. this point, it is interesting to analyze the political landscape that rode in tandem with the sonic potpourri he experienced growing up, and how it influenced his lexicon. Egypt's political climate was in constant flux throughout his early life. Born at the end of the centuries-old British occupation of Egypt, 1822 to 1922, El-Dabh stood witness to the resonance of the bells of independence, their stretched cadences suspended in the changing air. But this did not mean the disappearance of British colonialism's pathological violence. To fully exercise imperialism is an extremely long and painful process. In The Wretched of the Earth, Frantz Fanon states, "To wreck the colonial world is henceforward a mental picture of action which is very clear, very easy to understand, and which may be assumed by each one of the individuals which constitute the colonized people. To break up the colonial world does not mean that after the frontiers have been abolished, lines of communications will be set up between the two zones. The destruction of the colonial world is no more and no less than the abolition of one zone, its burial in the depths of the earth, or its expulsion from the country." The unlearning of colonial oppression was at the forefront of the Cairo intelligentsia and the social circles of El-Dabh and his brothers frequented. Witnessing the Israel occupation of Palestine was traumatic, to say the least, as distortion and dissonance melded into the socio-political thumbprint of the epoch. Though a self-proclaimed Pan-Africanist, his ethnomusicology and other socio-political associations in sub-Saharan African countries did not spawn an overwhelming desire to participate in the more radical and provocative African-American experimental avant-garde. Thank you. And a big thank you to Jordan Moores.
Wow, such Hoyt. Thank you so much. One more applause, please, to Satch. Woo woo! Thank you. As you can see, I think Satch brought maybe 10% of the instruments he has. So we might need around 5 minutes to shift to the next performance by Hasan Hujairi. Thank you so much. Okay. The microphone doesn't really come out. Is this fine? It's okay. So hello and welcome back. Welcome back to 4,100 years of reverberations on Halim El-Dabh. I'm very, very, very happy to be introducing Hasan Hujairi, a composer whom I met actually because of Halim. This was the first connection, or this is how we kind of got in touch, because Hasan has been doing and collaborating with Halim on his PhD. So it was a very beautiful introduction that Halim brought us together. And yesterday Hasan had a lecture, and today we'll be listening to a performance called Variations on Brother Bushra. In Variations on Brother Bushra, Hasan revisits his piece created for Here History Began. The original project began with a search for traces of Halim's brother Bushra, who had a major formative influence on Halim and whom spoke fondly of during interviews with Hasan. During the research process, Hasan came across a number of texts written by Bushra El-Dabh throughout the 30s for Majalla Al-Jadida, the new journal, which was published in Cairo. All texts were essays, with an exception of one of them, which reads like a short story. The result was the original version of Brother Bushra, in which Hasan reads Brother Bushra's short essay, Ahul Hub, translates roughly to, "This must be love." In one sitting, with no prior preparations or redos or of any mistakes, in this piece, Hasan will be playing back the original reading while introducing some audio processing sounds, along with traces of spectral resonances extracted from a newly finished oud made specifically for Hasan in Germany. And Hasan, I would like to also introduce you and your work. Hasan is a Bahraini artist, composer, and writer. His work often explores the notion of the outsider, confronting historiographic superstructures and nature of constructing narratives within time. He holds a Doctor of Musical Arts and Music Composition from Seoul National University, South Korea, where he researched reorienting the narrative associated with the maverick composer, tradition to be more inclusive of composers working outside of the Western classical music tradition. Thank you very much, Hasan. The stage is yours.
في صباح يوم من أيام الربيع الجميلة من عام سنة 1935 هبت الدنيا كلها تحتفل بولادة يوم جديد من أيام الحياة، وأخذت الشمس تغمر العالم بفيض من نورها المتلقلق، ونشطت العصافير تملأ الفضاء بأنغامها المختلطة العذبة، فرحة بهذه اليقظة المشرقة. وبكر الباعة يجلجلون بأصواتهم الحادة تتجاوب أصداؤها في فضاء الصحراء الفسيح. وأخذت الأوتوموبيلات والعربات تقعقع بعجلاتها غالية رائحة، وارتفع صوت الصبية والفتيات الصغار كزقزقة العصافير يقفزون أو يحجنون إلى مدارس قلوب غضة ضريرة. كل شيء يحب يستقبل الشمس إلا صاحبتنا آمال، فقد بقيت في فراشها شبه يقظانة أو شبه نائمة. لم ندري أول الأمر أين هي. دائما كان يخيل إليها أنها سابحة في فضاء شاسع، لا هي إلى السماء ولا هي إلى الأرض. تاريخيا وضوح إحساسا غامضا بعيدا بمشاعر لينة ناعمة تجريها في أعصابها ودمها خواطر لذيذة. وفجأة حست أنها تتنقل إلى مكان ضيق محصور بين 4 حوائط. تخلل النور إليه من خشب النافذة، وتنبهت إلى جسم زوجها الثقيل يميل عليها، فأشاحت عنه، وقد سرت في جسدها رعشة باردة. ثم أغمضت عينيها وتمنت لو يطول الليل ويطول فلا يطلع عليه الصبح قط. وعودها حنين غامض إلى هذا الفضاء الشاسع الذي كانت تسبح فيه. ولكن زوجها عاصم بك قام وفتح النافذة، فعصف الضوء الذي غمر الغرفة بأوهامها وجذبتها حركاتها البليدة إلى عالم الواقع الملموس. فقامت متثاقلة وألقت إلى الفضاء المخدع نظرة قاتمة، وصمتت نفسا طويلا، ثم تمطت وأخذت روبها الحريري ووضعته على كتفين عاريتين صاغهما الله من نور وبلور مذاب، ومضت إلى النافذة وأخذت تتأمل الدنيا حواليها بعين فارغة وقلب ثقيل، غير عابئة أو منتبهة إلى ثرثرة زوجها. ثم تلاشى كل شيء حولها واندفع في سيل دافق من خواطر سريعة. لما لا تظلم الشمس وتقف الأرض عن دوران وتبدأ الدنيا، على أن الشمس لم تظلم والأرض لم تقف عن الدوران والدنيا لم تبدأ، بل ظلت بفرحها هذا الذي يبدو أمام عينيها عبئا ثقيلا على قلبها. وأشرق في نفسها صوت بعيد بدا كلمعة خاطفة: أهي تحبه؟ لماذا إذا تفكر فيه طويلا وتهتم بأمره؟ ولماذا استحوذ على نفسها وأخذ عليها كل سبل التفكير؟ ألم تترك زوجها وأصحابه مساء اليوم الماضي وتعلل بتعب أصابها، ثم ذهبت إلى مخدعها لتعيش معه في خيالها؟ ألم تستحضره بلحمه ودمه في خاطرها؟ ألم تقبله وتضمه في لهفة حار وشوق قلق؟ ثم انتفض جسدها وانتشرت على قسمات وجهها الجميل كآبة مظلمة. ماذا بها؟ لا هذا مستحيل، إنها لا تحبه، إنها لا تدري ماذا بها. ربما كان هذا الزوج الثقيل كان يلومها، إنها لا تحب أحدا، إنها تتمنى الموت. ثم التفتت من غير أن تدري إلى نافذة الطابق الثالث من المنزل الذي يجاورها، وأشرق في نفسها حنين غريب. حدثت في نفسها: ترى ماذا يصنع الآن؟ ترى ماذا يصنع الآن؟ كان جلال طالبا في السنة النهائية بكلية الطب 26 لم يكن جميل القسمات، ولكن كان يشرق على وجهه جمال باطني، وكان يبدو في عينيه كأنه يعرف كل شيء ويتغلغل إلى أعماق النفوس. كان يقطن الطابق الثالث من المنزل المجاور من منزل عاصم بك. عرف عاصم بك المترو منذ 6 شهور، ولما علم هذا أنه جار له دعاه لزيارته، وتوطدت أواصر الصداقة بينهما، وكان جلال يتردد عليه أول الأمر في الفينة بعد الفينة، ولكن شعر فجأة بشيء يحتجزه عن هذا البيت، فأخذ يتحاشاه، ولكنه أيضا لم يستطع الامتناع عنه. كان يشعر بقوة قاهرة تدفعه إليه، فأخذ يذهب إليه في فترات طويلة. ما الذي حل به؟ كان يعود إلى بيته فلا يكاد يصل إليه حتى يكب على كتف كتبه في نهم. كانت تسيطر عليه آمال عريضة. لم يكن بالإنسان الذي يقنع بحياة رتيبة مملة يذهب إلى عيادته ليكسب، ثم يفنى حياته في لذات طاولة جوفاء. كان يستأثر بروحه عمل كبير، كان يطمع في أن يقوم بعمل جليل، أن يقدم للإنسان الإنسانية خدمات نافعة تخفف آلامها وترتفع بها. كان باستير الشخصية القوية والمثل الأعلى الذي يجذبه ويحركه، فأهمل السينما والقهوة والنادي وزيارة الأصدقاء، ونسى تماما أنه لحم ودم، أنه إنسان ينبض بالحياة. لم يكن الإنسان عنده هذه المجموعة من الغرائز التي لا تعرف من الدنيا سوى أنها شراب وطعام وجنس. الفكر البنائي المنتج. وكان الحب في نظري لا غناء فيه، وكثيرا ما كان يثور بينه وبين صديقه الحميم حسن جدال عنيف حول هذه المسائل. حدث مرة جاء هذا الصديق الطيب القلب فوجده مكبا على أوراقه يلتهم ما فيها التهاما، فأخذته الشفقة عليه وقال له في رفقة: ستتحطم يا عزيزي لو مضيت على هذا الحال، ستنهار كما ينهار بنيان مرصوص مشيد على الرمل. فرفع صاحبنا إليه عينين محمرتين وقال وقد أخرج منديله يمسح به عليهما: هذا غريب حقا، أنت تقول شيئا وأنا أقول شيئا آخر، ولكني أعتقد أني على حق، وأنا أعتقد أيضا أني على حق. مال جلال على مكتبه ووضع مرفقيه عليه وشبك كفيه، ثم استلذقنا عليهما وقال له كمن يتحداه: قل لي أيهما أفضل للإنسانية، غاندي وباستير أو أنت لمن تزعم أنك تحيا الحياة الحب والضياء الطلق، والتي تبالغ فتدعي أنها هي الحياة الموفورة، الحياة الحقة. غاندي، أتعرف ما يحس هذا الرجل أهو الحب في صباح يوم من أيام الربيع الجميلة من عام سنة 1935 هبت الدنيا تحتفل وأخذت الشمس العالم فيض ونشطت العاصفة بأنظار مختلفة فرحا وبكر الباعي يجرجلون الحادة تتجاوب أصداء في فضاء الصحراء وأخذت غادية رائحة وارتفع صوت الصدية وسيارة السيارة كزقزقة العصافير يحجم مدارس غضة بريدة كل شيء يستقبل الشمس إلا صاحب الماء فقد بقي في فراشها شبه يقظان أو شبه نائم. لم ندري أين دائما كان يخيل إليها أنها سابحة في فضاء، هي إلى السماء ولا هي إلى الأرض. كانت تحصل من خشب النافذة، وتنبهت إلى جسم زوجها الثقيل يميل عليها فأشاحت عنه، وقد سرت في جسدها رعشة باردة. ثم أغمضت عينيها وتمنت لو يطول الليل ويطول فلا يطلع عليه الصبح قط. وعاودها حنين غامض إلى هذا الفضاء الشاسع الذي كانت تسبح فيه. ولكن زوجها عاصم بك قام وفتح النافذة فعصف الضوء الذي غمر الغرفة بأوهامها وجذبتها حركاتها البليدة إلى عالم الواقع الملموس. فقامت متثاقلة وألقت إلى الفضاء المخدع نظرة قاتمة وصمدت مجلسا طويلا، ثم تمطت وأخذت ثوبها الحريري ووضعته على كتفين عاريتين صاغهما الله من نور وبلور مذاب، ومضت إلى النافذة وأخذت تتأمل الدنيا حواليها بعين فارغة وقلب ثقيل غير عابئة أو منتبهة إلى ثرثرة زوجها. ثم تلاشى كل شيء حولها واندفع في سيل دافق من خواطر سريعة. لما لا تظلم الشمس وتقف الأرض عن دوران وتبدأ الدنيا على أن الشمس لم تظلم والأرض لم تقف عن دوران والدنيا لم تولد، بل ظلت بفرحها هذا الذي يبدو أمام عينيها عبئا ثقيلا على قلبها. وأشرق في نفسها صوت بعيد بدا كلمة خاطفة: أهي تحبه؟ لماذا إذا تفكر فيه طويلا وتهتم بأمره؟ ولماذا استحوذ على نفسها وأخذ عليها كل سبل التفكير؟ ألم تترك زوجها وأصحابه مساء اليوم الماضي وتعلل بتعب أصابها، ثم ذهبت إلى مخدعها لتعيش معه في خيالها؟ ألم تستحضره بلحمه ودمه في خاطرها وأخذت الشمس؟ ألم ثقيل ألم تقبله وتضمه في لهفة حارة وشوق قلق؟ ثم انتفض جسدها وانتشرت على قسمات وجهها الجميل كآبة مظلمة. ماذا بها؟ لا هذا مستحيل، إنها لا تحبه، إنها لا تدري ماذا بها. ربما كان هذا الزوج الثقيل كان يلائمها، إنها لا تحب أحدا، إنها تتمنى الموت. ثم التفتت من غير أن تدري إلى نافذة الطابق الثالث من المنزل الذي يجاورها، وأشرق في نفسها حنين غريب. وحدثت في نفسها: ترى ماذا يصنع الآن؟ كان جلال طالبا في السنة النهائية بكلية الطب في 26 من عمره. لم يكن جميل القسمات، ولكن كان يشرق على وجهه جمال باطني، وكان يبدو في عينيه كأنه يعرف كل شيء ويتغلغل إلى أعماق النفوس. كان يقطن في الطابق الثالث من المنزل المجاور لمنزل عاصم بك. عرف عاصم بك في المترو منذ 6 شهور، ولما علم هذا أنه جار له دعاه لزيارته، وتوطدت أواصر الصداقة بينهما. فكان جلال يتردد عليه أول الأمر في الفينة بعد الفينة، ولكن شعر فجأة بشيء يحتجزه عن هذا البيت، فأخذ يتحاشاه، ولكنه أيضا لم يستطع الامتناع عنه. كان يشعر بقوة قاهرة تدفعه إليه، فأخذ يذهب إليه في فترات طويلة. ما الذي حل به؟ كان يعود إلى بيته فلا يكاد يصل إليه حتى يكب على كتبه في نهم. كانت تسيطر عليه أعمار عريضة. لم يكن بالإنسان الذي يقنع بحياة رتيبة مملة يذهب إلى عيادته ليكسب، ثم يفنى حياته في لذات طاولة جوفاء. كان يستأثر بروحه أمل كبير. كان يطمع في أن يقوم بعمل جليل، أن يقدم للإنسانية خدمات نافعة تخفف آلامها وترتفع بها. كان باستير الشخصية القوية والمثل الأعلى الذي يجذبه ويحركه، فأهمل السينما والقهوة والنادي وزيارة الأصدقاء، ونسى تماما أنه لحم ودم، إنه إنسان ينبض بالحياة. لم يكن إنسان عنده هذه المجموعة من الغرائز التي لا تعرف من الدنيا سوى أنها شراب وطعام وجنس. إنه الفكر البنائي المنتج. وكان الحب في نظره عبثا لا غناء فيه، وكثيرا ما كان يثور بينه وبين صديقه الحميم حسن جدال عنيف حول هذه المسائل. حدث مرة جاءه هذا الصديق الطيب القلب، فوجده مكبا على أوراقه يلتهم فيها التهاما، فأخذته الشفقة عليه وقال له في رفق: ستتحطم مع عزيزي لو مضيت على هذا الحال. ستنهار كما ينهار بنيان مرصوص مشيد على الأرض. فرفع صاحبنا إليه عينيه مرتين وقال وقد أخرج منديله يمسح به عليهما: هذا غريب حقا، أنت تقول شيئا وأنا أقول شيئا آخر، ولكني أعتقد أني على حق، وأنا أعتقد أيضا أني على حق. مال جلال على مكتبه ووضع مرفقيه عليه وشبك كفيه، ثم سلقنا عليه وقال له كلمة الحداء: قل لي أيهما أفضل من الإنسانية، غاندي وباستيل أو أنت إذا انتزع منك تحيا الحياة الحب والضياء الطلق، والتي تبالغ فتدعي أنها هي الحياة الموفورة، الحياة الحقة. غاندي، أتعرف أنه يحس هذا الرجل العظيم؟ أتظن يحس أنه يعيش؟ إني أعتقد أنه يتمنى لو يحيي حياته كلها في يوم من يقضيه مع كعب حسناء. وباستيل أين هو الآن؟ إنه حلم من أحلام الزمن، باستيل بلحمه ودمه، لقد أصبح قبضة من رماد في مهد الريح. أين قلبه الآن؟ قلبه الذي كان ينبض بشهوة المجد وبفرح الانتصار. أتحس عظامه بشيء في القبر؟ أتملأه الآن لذة المجد وزهور الانتصار؟ لقد باع حياته بثمن زهيد جدا. ليس لي شأن الإنسانية، إني أحيا وكفى، إني رجل. جزاك الله، هذا هو الكفر الصحيح. أتقول أن غاندي لا يحس أنه يعيش؟ ما أقساك، أتعرف ليس في الوجود كل إنسان يحيا كما يحيا هذا الرجل العظيم، إنه يحس بفرح إلهي عظيم. ألم يصبح قوة خالقة؟ وما الإنسان الآن بحضاراته الضخمة هذه القوة الخالقة التي تعاقبت عليه في أثناء التاريخ فدفعته ورحلت به.
Great. Thank you, Sonia. Okay, so basically, I'm very sorry for the delay. We're almost, we're running an hour late. That's why we're going directly into this conversation. I'm very happy to welcome again Ali Morali and Yara Mekawe to this panel. All good? Thank you, Olivia. Okay. So, yeah, welcome. Both of you, you've been with us yesterday with two beautiful performances. One by you, Ali, with the name Genesis, and one by you, Yara, with the name The Mechanisms Take One. So we've been talking yesterday briefly in regards to this panel as well and where we want to bring it. And there were three key words that came to my mind, which were archive. Something that you had in your performance as well that you touched upon was original and originating. And coming back to the whole name of our program, Here History Began. So maybe I want to bring it to you first, Yara. So basically yesterday in your performance, in your sound performance, The Mechanism of Time, you were mentioning also that it was deeply rooted within what you mentioned, where you look back towards your ancestors, and also thinking about your body working like a machine in these times, and thinking about how you listen into history, and thinking about your memory that you cannot modify. Maybe you want to also explain yourself a bit more about your sound performance yesterday.
Yeah, it's good. So thank you very much for this introducing me and introducing Ali, and it was like really interesting to have this topic. Yeah, actually I'm gonna start from, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna start from the point which is early than we are talking about yesterday, that I already met Halim, but I never met Halim at the same time. And this is, remember me with a really nice short story with Halim and Savi at the same time. So I just can tell you this short story. In 2004, I was obsessed by sound, and I was telling myself it is the medium that I have, like I can introduce myself and I can work through. And then I met Ahmed Bassiouni in Cairo, this person who learned me how to listen, how to use my ear, and then he introduced me to Halim El-Dabh in 2004. And we had this kind of like virtual conversation because I never met him in person. And then it gives me the window to discover myself and discover what is my body works and how to listen to my body first before composing music, and how to listen to my body first before listening to the surrounding sound. And this journey of discovering how my ear work and how I can discover myself by sound and how I can explore myself by sound. I met Camila. Where is Camila? Yeah.
There's Camila.
Yeah, so cut, and then on 2017, I had a call from Camila, which I know her, not in person at that time, and then she spoke to me like, yeah, now we are working on Halim El-Dabh project, and we want to invite you via Savi Gallery. And I was like, oh my God, so you know Halim El-Dabh, and Savi know Halim El-Dabh. So it's not only me to know Halim El-Dabh. And this is starting the second phase to understanding myself and understanding how people could contribute with this legacy, with this history. And this is the point where the history began, and this is the point of my history began. That could I contribute on Halim El-Dabh work, contribute on myself and the machinist, the mechanism, because our body is the perfect mechanism by God. So how can I express my body and express my thoughts through Halim El-Dabh philosophy? And this is what Camila and Savi gives me the opportunity to do it in the car, 2018. Yeah.
Thank you. And also just to bring it back as a context, so in 2018, we had an iteration in Dakar where we also worked on Halim El-Dabh. So basically it's your first phase, and for other people it's the maybe 7th or 8th phase. So actually Bonaventure, so being Dikung, did a long research, and basically, I don't know which phase of his it was, but so we went to Dakar. Camila was co-curating the show, and just also as a background, so a lot of people are coming in and out, and we followed their research. So one of these beautiful artists is also Ali Morali, who also worked with Bonaventure back in for Documenta 14. And yeah, I also wanted to think of what Yara just said about what defines her. And yesterday you shared with us something about how important this delving about thinking of your background and how this historic, so to say, pressure, imagination also encapsulates you. And maybe you want to share more about your performance yesterday.
As someone who originally comes from a certain spot in the world which is encapsulated with history, I grew up feeling that history is more of a burden upon my shoulder. And I realized through my creative activity that maybe the best way to serve history is to challenge it. That has to do with the rhetoric that has been projected on my generation, specifically in the Middle East, that history has begun in the Middle East, and somehow it also shall end in the Middle East. The history for us was a destination and not a stop that has been left, and we're supposed to be focusing on moving forward. And this is what shaped my relationship to history in a much more antagonistic context. So reflecting upon the piece that I wrote, which was an attempt on my behalf to draw parallel between Halim El-Dabh and myself as two subjects that either were forced or they probably wanted to reside in the periphery. And the thing is that I guess at each stage in the history, we should know that no epoch, no school, no ism is immune from becoming an institution that requires someone to alienate her or himself and put her or himself again back in the periphery and have a conflict with it. to challenge it. Sometimes by conventional means, like my means, it's just a classical violin, accomplished nearly in the 18th, 19th century. But when I performed yesterday, my main source of inspiration was not only Halim El-Dabh with his fascination with pentatonics, the core of the Blue Nile music. It wasn't just only the kirak instrument that I try to emulate at the end of my piece, walking, pushing out of that circle drawn around me. It's not only that antagonistic relationship with history, but my main source of inspiration was electronic music as such. The sustension pedals that I've been using, it's just resembled so much like when you push all the fades to raise the volume and have that agitating urge to sort yourself out of the current universe and travel through space. That was the tremolo part at the end of the piece. So I put myself again in a challenge with a current stream and try to question every established way of expression by offering a different one. That's my job, and that's what I find that macht Spaß. This makes fun. That's a lot of fun.
Thank you. Also, to let you know, this is the second time we're basically doing a long-term research on one enigmatic persona like Halim El-Dabh. Before we did Julius Eastman, where we had an ongoing journey of research. And it's not, as Bonaventure says, to create a counter-canon, because a canon is actually also something violent. And we're more interested in rendering things more porous with artists like you. And I wanted to look into something that we were talking yesterday about the establishment and how it looks at historic momentums, and how your artistic practice as artists, as sound practitioners, are basically also rendering or giving another narrative and creating other archives. And I want to go back to you, Yara, also how you work with Radio Submarine, where you dig into the archives, bring in different sounds from region, and bring something to life. And I want to read something from the liner notes of the Osiri ritual by Halim El-Dabh. Since my traditions are rooted in Egypt, my language of sound tends to bring into being the sounds of Africa. In Africa, singing is a function of life. One sings as an activity, not in order to be good. To be a good musician in Africa is to make total use of the instrument, not to select only certain capabilities of the instrument and make these capabilities the law of the instrument. Halim El-Dabh, liner notes, the Osiri ritual, Tammuz and the Magic Spell, 1972. And it brings me back to something you mentioned yesterday, the book of the holy text of the pyramids. And I think it's also a beautiful thing to think about, this series of spells and incantation to free the soul of the kings that passed, and how Halim El-Dabh was including this in the liner notes and creating his own spells. And it brought me to you, like creating this radio program where you bring sounds back to life from regions. Maybe you also want to share a bit of that.
Yeah, it's actually start from a very individual point where I realized that I don't know what's going on about my identity. I'm from this country called Egypt in North Africa, and at the same time we have a different slangs or like different names. So I'm from Egypt, I'm from North Africa, I'm from Middle East, I'm from Mediterranean country. and each name of this, each title have different types of political issue and like culture issue. And at the same time, I was digging in my family roots, which I feel lost because like my family roots is from everywhere in Africa and in Europe. So I was just in this point that I have to be honest with myself, that I have to care about the history, and at the same time, I'm now here in this country, in Cairo, where I born, and I'm growing up in this culture, and it came with me with this point when I traveled the first time many years ago to Senegal, and I found myself, I belong to this community. This is the one of the honest moments in my life that I can't feel in peace with the Senegalese community. Either we don't speak the same language, either we don't have the same color, because I look light for the south and I look dark for the north. So I'm in the middle of nowhere, and I don't speak the language. And even I don't try to understand the language, because I believe that the language of sound is much stronger than the vocals, like the words. And then this time in Senegal, I think it was like 7 years ago, I was start to discover myself and discover to understand that there is many key words in the art scene and the music scene belongs to Africa and it doesn't belong to Africa. And what does it mean? The Afrobeats hashtag, like the Afrobeats title, which is going on the old clubs in the US and Europe. And what does it mean like Afrobeats? Like what does it mean Afrobeats? Should I relate it to Afrobeats somewhere? Like somehow I relate it to Afrobeats. And what does it mean Afrobeats itself? And then I decided to learn myself, because at that time, and still, there is not enough resources for musicology knowledge. And at the same time, it's not easy for my position as a female, as a Muslim from North Egypt, North Africa, from Egypt to get like some funding. So I was just trying to do myself like a self-research about what does it mean African music. And then I was just trying myself to digging in the history related to my family in Africa, my friends, I love everywhere in Africa. So I was searching about the history, searching about the music, and then I became up with the idea that, yeah, I do it behind a help of our friends. So it could be free on the internet, could be free archive for the internet. So I'm trying to put some music in a self-research for a people who don't really have this knowledge about different countries in Africa. And actually I started this project like 4 years ago, and then I had a lot of comments that there's a different music between like Central Republic, a Republic of Africa, and Ghana. And I was like, yes, it is. This is a difference of the slangs and the languages, the local languages between Somal and Ethiopia. Yes, it is. You cannot imagine how many genres, like how many music genres in Africa, and how many music types and instruments and slangs and different local languages. And then I found myself that I could, in the same time, following Halim philosophy, to digging in Africa and search about his roots, but in another perspective, in another angle. So I'm still doing this radio show, actually for my pleasure, and for the people who would like to listen to like the difference between each country in Africa, which genre in Africa.
Radio Submarine. And I think it's just the last question now, because we're running late. I just want to go back to this notion of originating, and as Willy, Tanka, and Bona did speak yesterday in the office and talked about when you go to the market and you want the real fake or the fake. And thinking about also classical music, it's a very rigid and almost fascist genre and music, and thinking of how do you deal with this, to have all these different influences and being encapsulated in this imagined origin that holds you back to something that is also dear to you, but also creating something that you would want to claim as an original.
For giving all in to the origination, have a full artistic and existential self-determination to ever question every institution. I was deemed too conventional by the new music and experimental music realm, and I am also deemed not conventional enough for classical music. And I couldn't feel more delighted to be pushed back again to reside in the periphery after I left the Orient and headed towards the land, the cradle of classical music, thinking that I will eventually find my thing. But for those who are cursed with the obsession of these three questions in life, I like to name them in Arabic: Man ana, ma ana, walima ana. Man ana, who am I? Ma ana, what am I? Walima ana, why am I? Those three questions might never put food on the table, but might make your life very exciting, because you will keep questioning the very question of identity as such, because you will eventually realize that there isn't an identity, there is only a constant transformation that we are undergoing at the very last breath of our bodily existence. And that's what directs my act of creation. That's what directs my music. And in this sense, I always will find a way to put myself back in the periphery again, because, for a simple reason, I'm very bad at doing what everybody else is doing. That's my problem. I can't help it.
Yeah, thank you so much for being with us. Ali Morali, Yara Mekawe. Thank you so much.
So now next, for our final literary interlude, I would like to welcome back Mohamed Rabhi, a writer, poet, and co-curator of the bookshop Khan Al-Janoub here in Berlin. He's going to be reading poetry by Mona Karim. Welcome.
كل القصائد التالية للشاعرة منى كريم. الموت كتمثال. في 23 من عمرك تصلين مع عائلتك الحزينة وتعتقدين أنك فتاة تذهب للمطارات ولا تسافر. تجلسين في الطائرة محاطة بجنود سود ينامون ويحلمون بعراقيين اضطروا لقتلهم. خلال 16 ساعة خسرت بلدك للمرة الثانية، بلدا لا يمكن لأحد أن يحبها. الجامعة تدفع لك راتبا أقل من الحد الأدنى لتعلمي أبناءهم عن نساء يتزوجن بشكل تقليدي وعن رجال لم يكتشفوا مثليتهم. تذهبين للفصل كأنك في مقابلة للحصول على فيزا. هناك حياة تركتها وتعلمين أنها ستموت مثل تمثال، وهنالك حياة في المنتصف لا تخرج من مربع سكايب. وهذه بيوت تصلح للفئران، للصناديق ولنا. تعلمين أن قلبك ينبض وحيداً، أنك لا تغضبين طويلاً لأنك مشغولة بعمل الكثير، أن كل الأشياء تتغير إذا انتظرنا بلا نهاية، أن لا وعود يمكن إنقاذها بعد عبور المحيط. حدود. نصعد فوق كرسي الحمام، كل منا بقدم واحدة حتى تسعنا المساحة. نشاهد العائلة الصغيرة في المبنى المجاور، رجلاً وامرأة وطفلاً. نتخيل حياة لهم، أسماء وأشياء في بيتهم خرجت من دعايات التلفاز. نتصارع، من منا سيكون المدلل لو أن والدتي كانت قد أنجبت طفلاً واحداً؟ من منا اشتراه والدي من الدكان؟ نتمنى لو أن موت الأخوة سهل. قاع القفص. بإمكانك أن تحب نفسك حباً من طرف واحد، لكن الأفضل أن تضيع عمرك في مكان غير متشابك مع العالم. تبحث عن أسنان واضحة تعقف بينها زهرتك الأخيرة قبل أن تعطيها اسماً. مرة أخيرة، لن ينقضي هذا السمار مع نهاية الليل. لن تصل إلى قاع القفص إلا بالتزحلق على الهاوية. لن تلمس الأمل، كما لن تكون خزان المياه الوحيد في صحرائها. تمدد وتمطط صرصار أصيل من المدينة بقبلات مثل ألعاب نارية، مطلق كرقم أخير في العالم. انظر، المسيح رجل شرطة يكره الفلفل، جر لسانه، ابتلعه. سأناولك كوب ماء لحظتها. رقة. كما ولد مترنح يغوي الموت ملت على كتف الندم. تعانقت ظلالنا حينها وتداخلت مفصحة عن رقة متأخرة. كان علينا أن نفتش عن زوايا الهاوية، إلا أن كل رؤية مكتسبة تشترط فقدا مسبقا. هكذا يستذكر أمثالك عالما لم يكترث لإنقاذهم، يرصون قلوبهم بانتظار باص إلى الجحيم، حيث يقبع كل الرجال الذين عاندوا دموعهم. خافيات العيون. أن تشب في الأرض المجاورة لحدود الجحيم طريق سريعة واحدة تفصلنا عن المدينة الفاضلة. هنا لا أحد يريد الاعتراف بأننا نحب أولاً الرجال النحيفين، الرجال الذين لهم كروش خافتة، الرجال الذين لم يكتشفوا معاني شعر الرأس بعد، الرجال الناعمين مثلنا. هنا لا يسير أحد في الشارع. بإمكانك أن تنام إلى ما لا نهاية دون أن تشعر بالذنب، وأن تشرب القهوة أمام بيوت لإناث الأشباح، المدورات خافيات العيون المتجاهلات لوجود هذا العالم. السعادة تجلس إلى طاولة الطعام في المطبخ، طاولة لرجل وامرأة وثلاثة أطفال، تضع يدها تحت خدها وتود لو أن أزهار الستارة لم تبهت. زوجها يعمل كثيراً، النقود تفعل قليلاً، والأطفال يريدون من يستمع إلى قصصهم الكاذبة. تشعر أنها لا يمكنها أن تتكلم مع أحد، تهرب كل ليلة متنكرة بلباس مهرج، وتسهر مع المارة في الساحة الرئيسية ليتحدثوا عن أشياء لا تدعي السعادة. تقول: لن أسمح لأحد أن يسرق مني هذا المهرج. شاعرة إلى إيتيل عدنان، كتبت قصيدة عن حبها وتركتها في الشرفة. أتى حبيبها وسرقها لأنها منعزلة جدا، تحاول دائما أن تكتب عن أصدقاء متخيلين يطلبون منها قصيدة مقابل دعوتها إلى العشاء. نزعت أحلامها فوق الورقة واحدة تلو الأخرى، ثم ذهبت لتنتحر. مرة أهملت كل أحبتها في جوف الكراسة فماتوا برصاصات طائشة. شكراً.
So, one of the reasons we did the exhibition with and on Halim El-Dabh in Dakar in 2018 was because of the time. If you don't mind, can we just focus for a bit? That would be very kind. The time he spent in Dakar in 1962 and 1967, also upon invitation of López de Senghor. And while he was in Dakar, he did a couple of recordings at the market, but he also spent a lot of time in different parts of the country, including Casamance. And so thinking of this iteration of the invocations on Halim El-Dabh, it was important to make a connection to that place, which he not only cared about, but was very fascinated by the music history of the place. And some of you might know that Halim El-Dabh was also an incredible collector of instruments, and one of the instruments that really fascinated him was the kora. So we're very happy to get Saliou Cissokho upon very short notice to join us. And Saliou, some of you might know, is a very celebrated kora player who comes from the Cissokho family. That is a very well-known family in West Africa of griots that go back to the 13th century. So since the 13th century, they've been playing this instrument. And actually, Saliou tried to get out of that lineage, he went to university, wanted to study, whatever. But the instrument pulled him back, so he basically didn't really have a choice but to follow the call. And, as he said, when you, although it's passed from father to son, but you drink it in the mother, in the breast milk, so to say. His musical path led him to Barcelona in 2006, where he founded various music projects and played together with international musicians and artists. Throughout Spain, he played in countless bars, clubs, and various festivals, including the Delta Sound Festival, the Pan-Africa Festival, Messe Festival. And since 2012, Saliou Cissokho has been residing in Hamburg, where he plays with different groups, and different concerts. So it's a great pleasure to have you with us, Saliou Cissokho.
Okay. Thank you so much. It was, yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, thank you so much, Saliou. It was absolutely beautiful. Yeah. And for the next performance, I'm very happy to re-announce and re-invite two of our dance performers, Emma Hoyt and Justin Kennedy, since they have already performed today earlier. So this is going to be the second iteration of their performance. Very quickly to revisit who they are and what they're going to do. Emma Waltraud Hoyt, born in Toronto, Canada, and living now in Berlin, works as a translator between movement and form. Informed by dance and visual arts, their interdisciplinary projects are guided by observations of bodily and material gestures with a focus on the development of an expanded choreographic practice. Justin F. Kennedy is a Berlin-based dance and vocal artist, teacher, and DJ originally from St. Croix, US Virgin Islands. With a playful and collaborative approach, their research evolved from experiences and analysis of trance dance and its further translatability into workshops, science fiction operas, durational dance installation, and film. Their performance is titled Piru, Pyro, Silu, Alouette, which is a combination of the words pirouette, pyrotechnics, silhouette, and the French-Canadian children's song Alouette, which is about plucking the feathers from a lark. This piece was inspired by composer Halim El-Dabh's approach to improvisation in music and dance as a mechanism for uplifting the world's frequencies. Emma and Justin propose an open score to respond to the synesthesia of pneumatic and chromatic sound. Approaching these vibrational intentions, they will invoke Halim's notations in effervescent recycling and sampling of his music and colored drawings. The costume was designed by Don Aretino, and the composition and mix is done by Ethan Brown. And we have scores that we're gonna, very quickly after I step off, I'm gonna hand over so you can also follow on paper their concept. Thank you.
flipping upside down, upside down, upside down. We can feel an order getting in our way. We don't need the rule of yesterday. Breaking down the borders, tearing down the sides. Hear this one last time. They just want your head moving up and down, up and down, up and down. The bottom's on your head flipping upside down, upside down, up and down. They just want your head moving up and down, up and down, up and down. The bottom's on your head flipping upside down, upside down, upside down, up and down. They just want your hand moving up and down, up and down, up and down. They got inside your head, flipping upside down, upside down, upside down. We can feel an order getting in our way. We don't need the rule of yesterday. Breaking down the borders, tearing down the sides. Hear this one last time. Time it, time, time it, time, time it, time, time. They just want your head up and down, up and down, up and down. They got inside your head, flip it upside down, upside down, up and down. They just want your head moving up and down, up and down, up and down. They got inside your head, flip it upside down, upside down, upside down. We can feel an order getting in our way. We don't need the rule of yesterday. Breaking down the borders, tearing on the sides. Hear this one last time.
Wow. Thank you so much, Emma and Justin, for shaking up, embodying so beautifully this course of Halim. Yeah. Now we are moving to actually the last performance before the DJ set by Moniyama, the performance by Yara McKewi. Yes, please give a warm welcome to Yara. We had a great pleasure to listen to a little bit and get a glimpse of your practice. Just like an hour ago in the discussion with Ali Morali and Linhan Baladbat. And it was really beautiful to listen to you telling us about how do you listen to your own body before listening to surroundings, and how Yara is exploring her stories through the sonic. Yara is electronic musician, a scholar, artist at large, based in Cairo, but now a resident of the ADE program in Berlin. To not take too long, maybe I will just quote of you. Sound is not just waves, it's the sensation you feel in every part of your body. It has no boundaries, it has no definite scope. Sound fills the universe. Sometimes it starts from you and reaches you through the universe. We are super excited to listen to all the stories or few of all of the stories you're just about to play. Yeah, please give a warm welcome to Yara McCawie. Galofre. Can you see it somewhere? Wow, this looks yeah.
So, actually, we might not really look that exhausted, but we're really exhausted. At least I can speak for myself. I am really exhausted. But this is the time to say thanks. After 5 years of research, after 2 exhibitions in Dakar and in Berlin, after 3 invocations, you might think that we are coming to an end, but it's just the beginning. I wanted to mention, or kind of point back at a lot of the brilliant performances today. And one thing that I kept with me, I kept a lot of things, but one of the many things was what Ali Morali said about transformation. And it made me think of something Halim El-Dabh wrote about the conception of sound, of music, the attack, the growth, and the decay, which is transformation. And it obviously made me think of Octavia Butler when she wrote in the parable of the sower, through Olamina. And she wrote, consider whether you're a human being, an insect, a microbe, or stone, this verse is true. All that you touch, you change. All that you change, changes you. The only lasting truth is change. God is change. We are extremely grateful for the way Halim has touched us by us touching him, and the way he has changed us by the fact that we engaged in all these years with and through him. And I wanted to take some time to acknowledge all these people here, without whom this would not be possible. It's a collective effort. And I would name each of them before passing on the microphone to thank each person. And I'll start with the people that are somehow in the background, but are so crucial for what we do, so crucial in the dissemination of the events we make here. And some of them, we've had a relationship with them for many years. And they did the same thing they're doing today, even at a time when we couldn't pay them. And that means a lot. So I would like to start by acknowledging the Boiling Head Media, Ranaf and his team. Thank you very much. Incredible dedication. I would like to thank Sanya Gregorich, who does the incredible lighting. Olivia Oyama for the wonderful sound engineering work, incredibly dedicated. Thank you. And the support she got from Ola Tilinska, Juan Pablo Garcia Sosa, Ana Yega, Lema Sikot. And the production team, Sagal Farah, Ono Chimen, Lia Milanesio, Karen Heinze, for supporting the production of this, this incredible amount of work that goes into making such a project possible in such a space, and that you can be here with us on a Saturday and Sunday. So thank you for that. Our regisseur for the past 2 days, the person who has her ears all over the place and her eyes all over the place, has been Lily Simoji. Lily, this might take a bit of time, but it's worth every second, I would like to thank Linhan Baladbat for the many years of taking care of us. The care she gives. Not only for managing the space, but also for feeding us, for taking care of us, and having an open ear for every complaint, and also for being tough when need be. Thank you, Linhan. This project would not have been possible without the incredible enthusiasm, and as I said earlier, sleepless nights, and the incredible drang to dig in the archives and to relive the incredible work that Halim El-Dabh did. This wouldn't have been possible without the work of Camila Metwali. It's been a long journey, walking the streets of Dakar, trying to make an exhibition happen within the framework of the Dakar Biennial, with very little possible. So for that, thank you, Camila. And since some of us are parents and cannot be here today, or have to do other work and cannot be here with us today, or for whatever reason are sick and cannot be here with us today, it's important to name everybody, because institutions are not made of bricks, are not made of stones, they're made of people. So Savvy Contemporary is Elena Agudio, Linhan Baladbat Helbrook, Ono Chimen, Sagal Farah, Billy Fowo, Raisa Galofre, Juan Pablo Garcia Sosa, Hachra Haida Kara, Karen Heinze, Ana Yega, Kimani Joseph, Laura Klöckner, Kelly Krukman, Mokia Laisin, Rafal Laza, who built the fantastic instruments that Leo Asemota used yesterday. Antonio Mendes, Camila Metwali, Alet Luis Ndakoze, Abhishek Nilamba, Mohamed Salah Abdulaziz, Lema Sikot, Mek Nasin, Lili Samoji, Ola Tilinska, and our dearest sisters in combat of archive books that are with us on a daily basis, that do our publications, that also, you know, are an important constituent of Savvy Contemporary. So thank you very much to all of you. And I thank all the people that take the photos and all the artists and everybody. I cannot name everybody, unfortunately, but thank you so much. So, thank you. I'll pass on the mic to Camila and to Sagal to do the ritual of the soil. And then Onwo would introduce the last act for tonight. Thank you.
So I would like to take a moment and thank Bonaventure Ndikung for bringing us all together, for making us always, pushing us always further and further. For never doubting us and always being able to carry us through. For creating Savvy Contemporary. And for remembering, making time and thinking with and through Halim El-Dabh. Thank you, Bonaventure. Thank you. The nights, the days, as you said, that we spend together, I also want to take a moment and acknowledge, remember our colleague Bonabel, who has been one of the pillars of Savvy Contemporary, our backbone, our brother, and who has always been, you know, making us complete. We're here with him and because of him as well. And he has passed on in March when we were having our first invocations on Halim. So let's greet Bonabel today in the space as well. We have a dream, which is Cairo. Next step, we go to Cairo. Thank you. Good night.
So the final act, not the history, but of today, is we're going to have a DJ set, so we can all vibrate together through our physical force. And Monika will play rhythms for us. Monika was inspired by the Bass Gang family when she took a shot at the ducks in 2016. She's honing her craft since then, and she has become a favorite of the Berlin scene. And she's a resident of St. George Club at the moment. She's going to let us feel her positive energy and skills through her work. So we strongly encourage you to dance with her through her rhythms. And thanks all for coming and giving us the opportunity to share all these moments with you.
Women got the melanin dripping, L-O-N-D-O-N, city girl living in the back, looking like fire, chili pepper, Yoruba girl tougher than imperial leather. He was getting bitter while she was getting better, diamonds are forever. Miss Sierra Leone looking like a gem, works hard in the week, party on the weekend. Know you wanna live with no one watching how you spend, got a thing for the finer things and the finer men. Miss Tanzania, she a do or die, says she wanna know more about the Cissokho tribe. We hit the zoo, once wasn't enough, got an ocean full of knowledge, you could scuba dive. Miss Ethiopia can play so jazzy, then sit you down to school, you want Selassie. Tell them you're nothing without a woman, no. Woman to woman, I just wanna see you glow. Tell them what's up.
How you go from 0 to 100 and leave the dust behind. You got this, all action, no talk.
Bayesian honeys, know you repping for your country. Sun kissing your brown skin, looking like money. Says she focusing on being an accountant. When you have beauty and brains, they find it astounding. Why? She been getting it on her own, nigga. Self-made, ain't nobody doing gold digger. Now, Miss India always speaks with her chest. Got respect from her people, cause she leads them the best.
Hey, remember couldn't get a 20 from my mom. Now I drop 20 on the lap cause I'm on. I feel the love when I'm riding through the city, but I see him looking at me, pray the bullets don't hit me from the side. Yeah, but legends never die, you know. Yeah, good weed in my lungs, you know where I'm at. Straight from the slums, and I can't go back. No, I won't go back. No, I keep on the road for my dead homies.
Okay, now answer Rasta man, rapid fire. Popo wanna break her down, rapid fire. Hoping for a better round, rapid fire. Bria, bria, babamba. Okay, now answer Rasta man, rapid fire. Popo wanna break her down, rapid fire. Hoping for a better round, rapid fire. Bria, bria, babamba. Okay, now feeling that like it's a lie. Hit her with another line, freaky but I socialize like this. Sober but I feed her wine, she missed the bad times. And they wanna beat the rhyme like this. Okay, now somebody slurs. When I figure with her all my defleur. Super messy cause she cuss like clippers. When I ring her with my all my dealer. like they not so me. Me killer bomba, bomba, slow. Me killer with the biggie bomba, bomba, slow. Me killer one split around one drink. Kiss me not like the gun job, boss not closer.
Me killer with the rapid fire. Killing with the rapid fire, with the rapid fire. So me kill with the rapid fire. Kill with the rapid fire, yeah.
Diamonds and rubies like I'm daughter to Jacob that you love. Spilling ace of the space on my wrist, that's the rollie of you love. I am spending all this moolah. Fly mamacita with the chocha, put that on my puta. No, I said on any niggas, 'cause it's like they'll never change. My old desire for love is now my joy and pain. And when I feel like flexing, who's gonna ride for me? It can't be no one else, just you, Santi.
Okay, now answer Rasta man, rapid fire. Popo wanna break it down, rapid fire. Looking for a better rapid fire.
My baby, my Valentine. You know you do make it with temperature days. If you leave me a good time, I swear. You are like the oxygen I need to survive, I'll be honest. Loving the thought of me, I am so obsessed. I want to chop your own cock. Never did it back at this feel. Open up, make us feel. Yeah, my love, one thing. Me make a bad man sing, oh. Pounds and dollars I go spend for your head. Talk all they want, I don't care what they say, 'cause your matter. Now him I con the carry for my head every night. And you I want to carry to my bed, oh no no. Don't tell me no no no. You can be my partner, never riding solo no. And we got no one lucky, no need to party, whoa. I'm feeling what you're doing, no yeah, baby, gotta go. Choro, 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 ja, choro, 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 ja, choro, 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 I'm a choro, ja, choro. Oh, oh, oh. Hell yeah. I don't wanna lose you this time, I win it. No time, I'm gonna winnie, wanna your love, they do me one time. Oh my, I'm getting mommy. Show me how you feeling this night. Almost of your love, say now winnie, wanna your love, they do me this night, yeah. I need your grace, me never relent, my love no get shame, no matter the case, but my music keep the bass, my sweet, sweet bass, so my love no get shame, for you all day, every night, every day, me gon' need my baby to call on me, close to me, yeah, yeah. By the time when you dey wake up in the morning, man, I dey buy you cyphery, make you fall for me. Oh yeah, choro, 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 ja, choro, 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 ja, choro, whoa, whoa. You won't keep it. Mugu. This kind of loving, it dey do my body tanana. It dey make me one day your life for hanana. Do it. This kind of loving, say it dey do my body tanana. It dey make me one day around you na. Dance to my conto, make you banana. Oh la, choro, 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 jara, choro. Never leave me when I need you by my side. I'm all waja soko. When you can, oh, then you can. I'm all waja soko. Me, I go love you all day, love you all night, all the time. Yeah.
Don't worry about your body count, let your body bounce. Don't worry about your body count, let your body bounce. Don't worry about your body count. Hey.
Fuck it up, fuck it up, fuck it up, fuck it up, fuck it up.
$250,000 court cases. Flew off to the floorboard, written on erasers. Different hustle, different places. We got hoes in different area codes. Pound maze fat, looking like the picture pose with the cash and I'm back to back, coat, back hat. We on a jet, rich sex. With my next tail chirp, where the checks bitch. Never this, never on to the next trick. No, I thought I never got on meal for the next.
Don't worry about your body count, let your body count. Don't worry about your body count, let your body count. Don't worry about your body count, let your body count.
We got lovers true and through, and though we made it through the storm, I really want you to realize, I really want to put you on. I've been searching for someone to satisfy my every need. Won't you be my inspiration? Be the real love that I need. Real love. I'm searching for a real love. Someone to set my heart free. Real love. I'm searching for a real love. Ooh, when I met you, I just knew that you would take my heart and run. Until you told me how you felt.
We the best music. DJ Khaled.
I don't know if you could take it. No, you wanna see me naked, naked, naked. I wanna be a baby, baby, baby. Spinning in his red just like he came from Maytag. Rocket with it on the brown liquor. When I get like this, I can't be around you. I'm too little to dim down a notch. Cause I can into things that I'm gon' do. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, 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 thoughts. Wow, wow, wow. When I'm with you, all I get is wild thoughts. Wow, wow, wow. When I'm with you, all I get is wild thoughts.
Let's go.
I hope you know I'm for the taking. You know this cookie's for the bag. Kitty, kitty, baby, get her things to rest. Cause you done beat it like the 68 Jets. Diamonds are nothing when I'm rocking with you. Diamonds are nothing when I'm shining with you. Just keep it white and black as if I'm your sister. I'm too hip to hop around, time to hit with you. I know I get wow, wow, wow. Wow, 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 thoughts. Wow, wow, wow. When I'm with you, all I get is wild thoughts. Wow, wow, wow. When I'm with you, all I get is wild thoughts.
Baby, you know that I'm in a joke. Baby, you know that I'm in a joke. Angelina, you the cool in my temperature. If you call, I go come deliver. I no go fall in your hand never. So now me you could love forever. I'm a cocky no feeble letter. I'm a Angelina, with my Angelina. Oh me all down. Anytime when I see you for the club or the television, your body. Sure you know no safety when you carry 50 kill somebody. You know I feel a vibe, you feel a vibe, so baby whine about me. Yeah, and I know you shy, but it's cool when we're making love. On the low, 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 on the low. Angelina, you the cool in my temperature.
Another man food is another man poison. Go, yeah. Monkey no fine, but in my mind like I'm. Go, oh yeah. Sure you want come calculate my money. Go, oh yeah. You want to dance, so you want to shake, oh yeah. Who got the blessing, bless, oh yeah. Chop the rice and banana, oh yeah. I go do my best, oh yeah. Chop the way do and banga, oh yeah. But you don't start, oh. Show your love for the matata. Slim daddy, I love my life, I love my life, I love my life, yeah, yeah. Oh, Motala Jaye. Go, Rihanna make you roll with so. Yeah. Go, do your own, make I do my own. Go, them mama, them papa, all of them want to quarrel. Yeah, you know that I'm a biggie man. Yeah. Kick harder than Jackie Chan, yeah.
I'm on the coming, big bounce. Number one in your area. Sule, I want me to Sula, yeah, me, oh, yeah. Don't play with me because your caro is my sister. Hey, go, show deal. Go, show deal, yeah. Go, show deal. Go, show deal, yeah. Go. Another man food is another man poison. Go, yeah. Kill no fine, but in my mind like
chillin', laying in the cut though, easy. Tryna see what up though, Brooklyn, home of the cutthroats, notorious. Y'all know how the rest go sleeping. One eye open, too smart 'cause I'm always scoping, watching, seeing how these lames look, lazy. This how you get your frame took, money. I got money. Money. I got money. Talking, always talking. That's your problem, you always talking. Rockstar, mixed with a ghetto chick. Try me, I wish a nigga would, bitch, hold up. Who gon' hold us? Not the cemetery or the penitentiary. Word, damn, my contemporaries, I'm too legendary. It's so money. I got money. Money. I got money. I'm money. I got money. Money. I got money. All my life I had to grind and hustle. I had to work like Kobe just to shine like Russell. They say, glad you made it happen overnight. They say, damn, you changed. I'm like, show you right, nigga. I've been in the crib tryna find the BPM, rehearsing for the next show in my kitchen. Fresh up for tour, but can't tell you where I've been. Maybe after 20 years, I'll start to take it in. Right now, I'm chasing in Dover Street again. I'm introverted, I'm not open.
So we are coming with a force, yeah. Blessings we are reaping, we coursing on foot. Oh, we not rise and boast. Yeah, we give thanks like we need it the most. We have to give thanks like we really supposed to. Thankful. Blessings all for my life and my thank God for the journey, the earnings are just for the plus. Yeah. Gratitude is a must. Yeah, we see blessings fall by my right hand. Us are those for the friends that take off with the load. One time did sit down in a class and we ported. Only said the road and we go on with the road. Third form, me say me try a thing. And you know it formed up to be a fire thing. Now up on stage with chronics I sing. Yeah, see me all dig it soon, get the higher ring. Like hello brother, me say I just shot ya. Saw your poster, spectacular photo. Keep it burning, yes, that's the motto. If me the butter pass through your shot, you can't ball in a life, man. Me have to thank God for the journey, the earnings are just for the plus. Yeah, and gratitude is a must. Yeah, me see blessings fall by my right hand. But I goes to the friends where take off the load. One time they sit down in a class and we boarded. Only said the road and go on with it, go on with it.
Sexy love what she need from a bad boy like me. Yeah, yeah. Sexy kiss is the thing that she ain't for my lips. Yeah, yeah. My sex herself is the only air that she breathes. And when I look into her eyes, I know that she can never get enough of me. Your body high me like lean. When we do it, skin to skin. And as the rush they increase, I feel the drip in your V. Shorty say she feeling so. She grab my neck and she whisper please. Shorty give me that splash from my chest to my knees. Got a lot in her bucket list. I give her number one, she need a bucket quick. And when we done, she feel me like a majesty. Grip, 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 grip. Feedback, round feedback. Feeling I wanna that get sparky. Let's play, we go do one for your place. Make sure that you get sparky. Make sure that you make us that sparky. Sweet chef, that got by that parsley. Netflix, no matter what I want the RP. My nose got back that get sparky. Around trees, in the garden, she want beef. I'm starving, don't tease. Like Marvin, don't breathe. I'm a liar. Feeling I wanna that get sparky. Antigua with the darky. My goons got back that get sparky. Antigua with the RP. No sip that cup by that parsley. Antigua with the RP. My goons got back that get sparky. Looking at hula hoop. But I feel like coming when you fuck me like a hula hoop. Never seen a bullet move. Says a pocket rider. She a fuck around and never hit it. Now she bulletproof. Fire bring a cooler move. Roxy on a fit to come my phone and on my cellular. Cutting on a session, need me every day. I fit tired. Jump so cool, now we smoking all the ups in the aya. Now we smoking in the aya. Now we smoking the aya. I roll trees in the garden, she want beef. I'm starving, don't tease. Marvin, don't breathe.
Hey, I'm trying to get paid, take money, cash checks. You see the set, that's Lash, that's Dex. Young C, Young Shorty, Milcavelli. White bricks, True Religion, on the telly, it's me. Wiz got the house full of freaks. That's why I haven't been around for a week. I'm getting pounds in my sleep. I'm at the top of the mountain, it's peak. Bring it back before the villain. I had a life, real talk, true religion. It's in the blood, in the jeans, in the stitching. Walked in, no weapon, made a killing. Tongue kissing, pretty women. New iPhone, cause I'm done with all the bitching. Trying to be in my position. Keep my shades on, cause they're trying to see the vision.
She tell me, bad man, see I need your love. See I need your love. Me need you close to me. Me tell her, say me, oh stay on the road. Bad energy, stay far away. Make you stay far away. Just give me love for the night. Give me love for the night. Yeah, waste no time.
Breakfast in bed on the plane. I could never complain. I was walking with the limp, had the cane. Deck said greatness and nothing was the same. Now we're set for life. I saw the turn up button and I pressed it twice. You heard I'm in the club, then my best advice is put your shoes on and come and get your wife. Cause we've been having sex just for exercise.
Keep wanna while I ask, keep twerking the DJs on my team. I'm serving the DJs on my team. Can I get a gold DJ? Gold DJ. 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 Turned up, eyes low, I'm getting down on the dance floor. Little mama, can you tell me where my hands go? Amazing, I might be your biggest fan, no. Thought maybe you could take me where you come from, and maybe I can show you what I'm made of. Yeah, baby, I can find some time to get close, but really I ain't got no time for fake love. I wake up and take drugs, bottle of Henny on my body that. Cause somebody tell me what a party at. Oh, let's toast to the good life. Passed it to the left and she brought it back. And now the blunt still burning, the clock still turning. The waist keep wanting while I ass keep twerking. The DJs on my team, I'm serving the DJs on my team. Can I get a gold DJ? Gold DJ. 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 You from the valley, Topanga Canyon. I'm from the city where they still bust cannons. Swerving down the bridge, swerving on a hater. We put on for our niggas and they still hate us. I ride around with my head on 38 special. Living in heaven, we still dealing with the devil. But I ain't really worried about none of that. Pour another shot, then let's run it back. Roll another blunt, I got too much tree. Buy another bottle, baby, it's on me. Ain't no pilot for the plane, but we flying tonight. And you ain't gotta tell me that I'm rolling it right. See the blunt still burning, the clock still turning. The waist keep wanting while I ass keep twerking. The DJs on my team.
Sugar boys. When she stepped in looking like a snack. Man, damn ready to attack.
You know what I want, so give me that. And you know it was never luck. When I stepped in looking like a snack. The girl there ready to attack. You know what I want, so give me that. Yeah, we know it was never lack.
Stepped in looking like a snack. Big boy, can you handle that? Take it down, 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 ride you like a Cadillac. Steady heard on the best, yeah, baby, that's a fact. After two, tell me what you wanna do. Me and you, no one has to come true. Say your grace, eat it with some gratitude. Yeah, I'm full of attitude. Said I'm looking like a snack. Wish your big position, wanna hit it from the back. Pretty long legs, and you know that ass fat. Pack you too big, had to put some in the back. It's in the back, and we never lack. Niggas wanna stick to the kid like tack. Flow like water, and you know I spit crack. And you like the way I back it up like that. Like that, nothing that you can't hack.
When she stepped in looking like a snack. Man, damn ready to attack. You know what I want, so give me that. And you know it was never luck. When I stepped in looking like a snack. The girl damn ready to attack. You know what I want, so give me that. Yeah, we know it was never luck.
Oh, you think I'm pretty puppy? I got this Marbeck from my nigga Laddie. In the Addison Lee, but my name ain't Maddie. Shut down anywhere, even Abu Dhabi. Ooh, I got the type of wine that will probably break spines. You know I handle mine, heard it through the grapevine. The way I bracket niggas wanna be my Valentine. Baby, take time, I know I'm looking like a snack. What's your big position, wanna hit it from the back. Pretty long legs, and you know that ass fat. Pack you too big, had to put some in the back. It's in the back.
Did you see what I done? Came in a black Benz, left in the white one. I'm just a hoodlum, I came with my bones, some niggas wanna try something. Did you see what I done? Came in a black Benz, left in the white one. I'm just a hoodlum, I came with the bones, some niggas wanna try something. Came looking like a ganja farmer. His daddy better hide his daughter. Shake her bunda just like I taught her. Splash the bunda with holy water. Lick a spice for the winter season. Your chicken is a liquor season. Yeah. Did you see what he did? The black Benz turned white and they can't believe it. Make them repeat it. That's some new shit. They've never seen it. You should feel it. Meet and greet it. I'll be a genius if I didn't think with my penis. Get them thinking I'm awesome. Man, them approach with caution. True say we came with the bun, Sam, but true say we came for the bun. That's some round thing that I can put my paws on. Did you see what I done? Came in the black Benz, left in the white one. I'm just a hoodlum, I came with my buns, some niggas wanna try something. Did you see what I done? Came in the black Benz, left in the white one. I'm just a hoodlum, I came with the buns, some niggas wanna try something. Came smelling like I robbed the 9 bar. Looking for the baddest diva. Hold up, let me analyze her. Body looking like a hypnotizer. Come, let me try something you can climb on. Oh, you're shy one, you tryna hide from. Baby, jump in the black ride. I know your friend in the white.
Go down and a wine and a bubble and Batty jar is a drum, is a trouble and me and a man is a couple and a cuddle boom. On the body head and we bust it like a bubble and you know me boom boom. On the body me a wine and a boom 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 boom. And me body does a jump and a boom boom boom. Wine on the body and a sit down on the beat. Boom boom so tight so my man down fit it. Phone make a picture yeah that you fit quick. Tell them y'all them wine and them heavy. Me a boom it and a catch it on the beat. Me just a drop it. Me twerk it and a slap it on the ground like me a map it. Me stuck it and a pop it and a wine it and a lap it. Take a picture if you snap it. Facebook it but drop it. Yes I saw me like it. Bring your body come and make me ride it. Ride it like a bike it. Cock up and a sit down and a wine it. Yes I saw me like it. Bring your body come and make me ride it. Ride it like a bike it. Cock up and a sit down and a wine it. On the baseline, me a bust a wine. Two legs together to what we a combine. Tear out me grind with me back up me spine. And no girl can't do them your wine when me design. You know me boom boom. On the body me a wine and a boom 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 boom. And me body does a jump and a boom boom boom. Wine on the body and a sit down on the beat. Boom boom so tight so my man down fit it. Phone make a picture yeah like that you fit quick. Tell them y'all them wine and them heavy. Me a boom it and a catch it on the beat. Me just a drop it. Me twerk it and a slap it on the ground like me a map it. Me stuck it and a pop it and a bring it and a lap it. Take a picture if you stop it.
Push out your back, put your butt in it. Wanna love you, but I do not wanna commit. So I then twitch you with the thought of us fucking. We dancing up in the corner, feeling for the corner pocket. So I ease you up for just a bit. Buy your drink, you have a sip. Then I tell you we should dip. You're grabbing me close and closer till you get a kiss. Push up your bra to the left, that's right. Now we in the car with a broke brake light. Thinking about the ass, the leg, the hit, the sex, the whip, the figure for leg lock. Then we dip out.
You say wanna party all day. You say need it, love it from me. You say wanna party all day. You say need it, so why waste time? So why waste time? Why waste time? Why waste time?
Your boyfriend pissed off, smacking his lips off. The fact my lips are covered in your lip gloss. I say we should dip off, out of here. Talk, speak, share some words, grab a ear. No, you can't take off unless you Leo amigo. Swallow your pride and put aside your ego. Man, fuck being modest, I'm just being honest. You seem whole cooked in them girls McDonald's, but no, the bid is off. Niggas always dip and they duck the sauce. Rocks on my neck, I don't know the cost. Car out front like the Uber. We can hop in and you can top 10 the list that I wanted to hop in. List is full, so I'ma call it a night. And you ain't even my type, I'm all bark, no bite. I'm so sorry. Wasted time, I wasted time. While you dirty wine, it's whatever. The sweat, it drips upon my sweater. It's hot in here, the outside's better. I'm leaving. You call me back, it's like emotions receding. Let's call it an evening, it's getting desperate.
Why waste time? You say wanna party all day. You say need it, love it from
Kinda noticed something one night in your colorful face. It's kinda weird to me since you're so fine. If it's up to me, your face will change. If you smile, then that should set the tone. Just be limber, and if you let go, the music should move your bones. Just remember, sing a song with me. Ain't nobody love it like I love it. You're a good girl and that's what makes me trust you. Late at night I talk to you. You will know the difference. People are so phony, nosy cause they're lonely. Aren't you sick of the same thing? They say so and so is dating, love you or they're hating, when it doesn't matter anyway, cause we're here tonight. If you smile, then that should set the tone. Just be limber, baby. If you let go, the music should move your bones. Baby, just remember, sing a song with me. Ain't nobody love it like I love it. You're a good girl and that's what makes me trust you. Late at night I talk to you. You will know the difference when I touch you. Yeah, you know I can make you happy. I could change your life. If you give me that chance to be a man, I won't let you down, baby. If you give me that chance to be a man. Here, baby, put on my jacket, and then maybe fly. I just wanna love you, baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Maybe fly. I just wanna love you, baby.
Ma, what you wanna do? I'm in front of you. Grab a friend seat, I can have fun with two. Or me and you put on a stage show. In the mall, kids ask how the chain glow. Point to her, they say, wow, it's the same glow. Point to me, I say, yeah, it's the same dough. We the same type, you my air light. You had me sleeping in the same bed, ain't night.
Go around with me, you deserving the best. Take a few shots, let it burn in your chest. We can ride down, pumping nerd in the deck. Funny how a few words turned into sex. Played to the street, joint called brain. Mom took a hand, made me swerve in the lane. The name malicious, and I burn every track, clips and J-Timberlake.
Guess who up in this bitch? Catch you ducking this clip. Dick who wanted my nigga is nothing. Them boys sing drummers, y'all niggas be gunning, but your niggas ain't thought like me. Look at this bitch, magazine cover this shit. Young sex seller, yeah, bitch, keep mumbling. Fuck how you silly, young bitch, keep thugging it. Nigga, I'm still in these streets. Look at this wrist, look at these colorful chips. Look at these titties, double D's, and double Dutch. Chubby on the strip, dungarees with the bubble butt, pumping that kilo, that heat. 8 to the beat, dance to the big, big beat. Dance to the big, big beat with a bitch like me. Dance to the big, big beat. Dance to the big, big beat.
car, huh? Let's walk, let's talk. Go! Me, I know be trash, I know be baller. Way overnight at the 10 baller. We thank God, now we chop proper. Now my papa inside top car. All my people, them go prosper. See girl with the hood posture. I done a whole lot. I done got a whole lot. See way, see big go, babe. You know go find them Nemo way. Make your back carry ricochet. All the places we go there. All the places that we go there. Break it down now, see Tobe. The way I like them, see body. All the places we go there. This money, it's making sense. I said pretty mommy, go bring your friends. This money, it's making sense. I said pretty mommy, go and bring your friends. Everybody go. Rendezvous.
Start to the road to the weekend. I know they have for fun. Footwork life for one. If you get the mic done, me, I want to get the yacht done, like that.
Sheep don't run with lion. Snake don't swing with monkey. I can't talk for too long. Got too much go to try on. Sheep don't run with lion. Snake don't swing with monkey. I can't talk for too long. Got too much go to try on. Jealousy, don't you jealous me? That's that jealousy, Don't you jealous me? That's that jealousy, Don't you jealous me? That's that jealousy, Don't you come for me? Baku, minu, yenko, ava. Baku, minu, yenko, ava. Baku, minu, yenko, ava. Baku, minu, yenko, ava.
Oh, Dogu, I beg me then talk, we go give them the action. I be the grandmaster, Saliou the commander. Hey, Osumba, Oga, Seidi, Chama, Mansa, Oba, Yaro, Kero.
Sheep don't run with lion. Snake don't swing with monkey. I can't talk for too long. Got too much go to try on. Sheep don't run with lion. Snake don't swing with monkey. I can't talk for too long. Got too much go to try on. Jealousy, don't you jealous me? That's that jealousy, Don't you jealous me? That's that jealousy, Don't you jealous me? That's that jealousy, Don't you come for me?
Simina, Lord, Simina, Lord, Simina, baby, what, Lord of mercy, Simina, me I got party hard, you know me I got party hard. Me want party hard. Let's see a party hard. Me I got party hard. You know me I got party hard. Me want the party hard. Let's see me now party hard. On the way to the Raven, and the men them can't wait for Raven. I'm in the back of the line with juice and I'm back in blatant. I'm lean, just a bit tipsy, but I ain't complaining. Outside the club, the line looks thick and the girls are gazing. So this line is a long thing, I hope it don't take all night. Can't wait till I get inside. Wanna rave to the morning light. We getting down. Finally I see ravers getting down. And he just got my tune on. And now I wanna get my groove on. So I wanna party hard. This me want party hard. Me I got party hard. I see me now party hard. Me I got party hard. I see me now party hard. I see me now party hard. I see me now party hard.
T-shirt off, T-ski,
Ẹni lẹ mọ bá ṣáà ní gbàrà o. Ó fẹ́ ṣe kà fún mi. Mi ò lógún mo ní Kúránì. Mo lè ṣàdúrà mi. Bí ṣe ṣàdúrà mi, Alan gbàdúrà mi. Àti lọ àti dé. Ẹni orí yọ ó dilé. Ẹni bá lọ ló bá dé. Ìgbà tí padà dé ṣe lọ dé mi ládé. Kádé kó pẹ́ lórí. Kí bàtà kó pẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀. Fún ọ̀tá mi kan lẹ́sẹ̀. Bámi gé ti gbá ìtàn kan lẹ́sẹ̀. Inside life, inside, no to get life. Inside life, inside, no to get deeper life. Inside life, on con jẹ ya, on con chop life. Inside life, on con shake, on con jẹ wa. Josopi, kiri Josopi, because he was in Josopi, no sell the NCC, one Josopi, to my nia on Lego, Josopi.
Let's take it back to the 90s. Let's take it back to the 90s. Back to the 90s. Let's go. Yo, this the kind of groove that moves you, makes you wanna get up and dance, makes your body feel real good. So I wish somebody would mess up my groove tonight, cause I'm trying to rock alright. Get my house on all night. So DJ beat that shit. So DJ beat that shit. Yeah, beat that shit. DJ beat that shit. Yeah, beat that shit.
Try peace. I see if somebody do it. Somebody do it. Hey, yo. Hey, yo.
Oh, my darling. Oh, my darling. Baby Joe, you know I be loving. You walk on you. You know you need this love. Indeed, babu. Oh no, girl you make me colo. Oh no, girl you make me colo.
south of the Thames, man. Cut man off, cause they slow my ting. Knew she the one when she see blue lights, how she hold my ting. Knew she the one, how she come to the crib, how she hold my ting. Hey, back that chat, then bring it. I hate it when man fidget. I don't like that 1 minute. But you know, said that man then really with it. Other man then really go get it. And you know, said that man then really with it. Other man then really gonna shift it.
Flex up like it's exercise.